And today I would like to share with you the good news. I have learned one impossibly normal trick to always succeed. What is that trick? And why is it impossibly normal? Hi, Acacia. You guys heading up here today? I called the septic tank people a little while ago, and I'm currently waiting for them to call me back to confirm that I can turn the water on over there. If not, you guys obviously can just stay here. But I believe the children are our future, and I additionally believe that I will be able to turn the water on. These are things that I believe. Oh, the trick beans, right? Well, the one impossibly normal trick to always succeed is to define whatever it is you're doing as success. You might say, Eric, that's cheating. But, I'm not suggesting that you should do that either. I want to stress this. I'm not saying that you should employ this impossibly normal trick in order to succeed. I'm just saying it's one way to always succeed. So right now I'm just killing time waiting for the septic tank people to call me back. Thought I might as well do a little live streaming. And it exists. What exists? Success? Somewhere out there in the future, beyond our comprehension? Is that what exists? I'm not sure. Regardless, I'm here, I'm queer, I don't want any more bears, and I am feeling like, hey, look at me. I'm getting a couple of things done this morning because, first I had to contact our realtor to get the number of the septic people, and I had to call them. I additionally, the trick exists. It does exist. It's not like I was just lying with that title. I do have for you, for anybody who should arrive today, an impossibly normal trick to always succeed. And as I told Acacia, it is, in fact, to just define whatever it is you're doing as success. But I'm not recommending it, right? Because that may not really provide any benefit to you. What is happening, says JC. What's happening? What's Happening was the name of a television show back in, I think, the 70s. What's Happening? I believe that's the show in which that gentleman said, Dynamite. I forget what his name is, but that was his catchphrase. He said, Dynamite, like that. And I believe he said that catchphrase on the show, What's Happening? So, this probably won't be a particularly long live stream. I just put on some pants. So, I had on just my boxers before. And I figure, always wise to put on some pants. Rerun used to dance Dynamite was JJ on Good Times. Thank you for the correction. I forgot about Good Times. I can tell you Good Times was one of those sitcoms that I didn't like very much because it always got serious. You know, it's like one of the characters started having a problem with stealing stuff, and then there was a special episode about how stealing is bad. That's why I didn't like that show at all. I mean, that was a tendency of a lot of shows back in that era to have these like special serious episodes, even though they were supposed to be sitcoms. I hated that. I still find it appalling. Like, if you're gonna be a sitcom, be a sitcom. Don't be a learning lesson about alcoholism, please. Like, I very clearly remember the Family Ties episode when the uncle comes over and he's an alcoholic, and it's like 2 minutes of jokes and then the rest of the episode's all serious, you know. Like, Michael P. Keaton catches his uncle in the kitchen, so desperate for alcohol that he's drinking the vanilla extract. I guess vanilla extract does have alcohol in it, you know. But in my book, that's not. I don't think. I was an alcoholic, but I never tried to drink the vanilla extract. Is that a real thing that happens? It happened on Family Ties. I'm not sure if it's a regular occurrence or not in life. So another thing I need to do today, and maybe I'll do it right now, except I want to make sure that I have the right size. But we need to order linens.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I feel embarrassed.
Do you want me to mute this?
Screen.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about the delay there. Um, okay, well, rubbing alcohol, you definitely should never drink that. It'll make you go blind. Um, yeah, I know. I had the mic muted because Rachel wanted to talk to me about some financial stuff. So I talked about that, and now I'm unmuted. And checking something here. Meow, meow, meow. Good. All right. So here's something to note. Over the last 28 days, I have gotten 1,259 new subscribers.
That's a big
How
amount.
crazy is that?
I'm sorry, but you are owed an email.
I got it finally.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah, it was not very interesting.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. Do I sometimes feel like I want to hug the world? No. No, I don't feel that sometimes. I sometimes feel like I want to hug myself, and I do. Sometimes I do hug myself. Like when I'm feeling bad, I go, "It's okay, little Eric. It's okay."
You could always ask me for a hug.
Well, yes, sure. I hug you too.
Yeah, you do.
But I'm so SI. I replaced my FI with SI in a lot of ways, and accordingly, I'm pretty good at comforting myself, I guess you could say. Syria or Zimbabwe?
Wow, what choices?
What a great question. Thank you for not saying Palestine or Israel. Thank you.
Oh, to live in.
Oh, God. Zimbabwe, I guess? Those are some horrible questions. Where would you rather live, Syria or Zimbabwe? I think Zimbabwe is gonna win because people don't understand the problems that Zimbabwe has as much as they understand the problems that Syria has. If I put that as a poll question,
Oh, I don't know the problems.
I'm gonna go. Well, that's my plate where I put buds on, and then it becomes shake. So it's a little pile of buds on top of a bunch of shake. But I am going to put a poll question. Which country would you most want to live in? I'm not sure I'm going to pick exactly those choices, but I like this concept.
I'm not going to watch you eat. I already did. You want to go outside?
Would you want a pet bakery that bakes you free bacon for money?
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm not smoking marijuana on camera, so it's fine. Most importantly, I live in the state of California, so whatever. It'll be crack next? I don't think so. Do you think a 52-year-old man suddenly develops a crack habit? That seems unlikely. So yeah, I have had my live streams age restricted before. When somebody would see me smoking a cigarette, for example, and flag it, and then YouTube would age restrict it, and they'd show me the part where I was smoking. So since then, the answer is no, Mr. Gardell. Sleep deprivation crazy. Doesn't matter where anymore. I was tired of living. That sounds dark and unfortunate. James Day says, "Hey, buddy." Hi, James Day. How are you? I hope you're doing well. So, I spent many years here on YouTube not even thinking twice about smoking. But I guess recent changes to community standards or something made it such that if you smoke now, your video gets age restricted. So I've changed my ways. I've changed my ways so that I don't run afoul of YouTube. After all, for the first time in many years, the YouTube channel is growing. I've had almost 1,300 subs in the last 28 days, which is crazy. And I'm enthusiastic about the prospects of the channel now for the first time in ages. You know, I'm feeling optimistic about it rather than just, well, this is just something I do. It serves no purpose, which is what I thought before, really. So, accordingly, I don't want to get in trouble, so I smoke off camera. Of course, I don't always remember. I'm confident that the other day when I was on mushrooms, I failed to pay attention to whether I was smoking on camera or not. Just joined as I'm on my way to smoke. How coincidental. Have a good one. Well, you too, Haley Potter. You have a wonderful day. Where would you rather live? Syria? Let's go with North Korea. Add an option. Ukraine. I'm going to give those three options. Syria, North Korea, or Ukraine. Where would you rather live? What's the next step? Breathing on camera? As far as I know, we are allowed to breathe on camera still. Where's my poll? Oh, there it is. I see. But Ukraine has the best bread plus cured meat. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably pick Ukraine because I would anticipate that, you know, the hostilities aren't going to last forever. And after they're done, then Ukraine is going to be the nicest place, probably, of those three for sure. Syria might be my second choice. North Korea, third choice. Man with a great machete, good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. I hope the sunshine lands upon your face with a delightful warmth. I hope the call of the birds rings in your ears like the whisper of angels. Would you want to pet Mr. Kartoffel that gives you free questions for Maud? I think I already have one. I'm not interested in having more mods. You know, I already have a lot of mods. And, you know, moderation is such a tricky business. Every instance of moderation that occurs has at least the potential to be controversial. Most of them aren't, but It's a weird thing, Ma. YouTubing is weird. YouTubing is super weird. It's uh it's such a uniquely itself kind of a thing. Um I can't really think of any other platform where it's so I mean, I can't think of any other platform really where regular people have such an opportunity to build an audience, you know. A lot of people watch YouTube, even though it's like just amateurs making content, right? What time is it where I'm at? 11 a.m. Um, yeah, I remember I used to be on this website called GarageBand. This is before Apple's GarageBand app existed, okay? There was a website called GarageBand, and it was basically an attempt to have two populations of people, creators and an audience, you know. Uh, so it didn't work, right? It was almost all creators, and they had a cool idea, which was let's use the Lazarus preference engine. So basically, it had people listen to two songs and say which one was better. Okay, but it didn't work because it was mostly creators. The audience was also the same as the creators. There's a lot of kind of hating going on and stuff, and it just it didn't play out like YouTube did, where it has, which is there's a large number of people who just watch YouTube, have no interest in creating on it whatsoever, because the YouTube algorithm is so good at finding people the kind of videos they want to watch, you know. So Naked Beekeeper says, talk about the Jewish question. Okay. There is no such thing. There is a legitimate critique of Israeli politics, which one should, I believe, make. But that has nothing to do with being Jewish, right? The Israeli national policy, while the Israelis may be Jews, does not represent the way of Jewish people in general. So, for example, there's no other occurrence of oppressive apartheid like second class citizen ghetto policies from Jewish people anywhere in the world except Israel. Should Israel get their fucking head out of their ass? Yes. But that is not a quote unquote Jewish question. Do I like matzah bread? Not really. How about you, Rachel?
Not really. I mean, like when you get it in class, when you're learning about Hanukkah and you have it with butter, it's okay. Even then, though, I mean, I don't know any kids that get real excited for matzah. Matzo balls.
Matzo ball soup.
Yeah,
Sure, you gotta like that. Who doesn't like that? It's just basic kind of your basic kind of broth and dough. You
Mm-hmm.
can't really go wrong with
No.
that, you know.
No.
Oh yeah, latkes are fantastic,
Oh, latkes are fantastic.
especially Cantors. If you're getting those, Acacia, I hope you're going to Cantors to get them. You never answered my question. Are you guys coming up here today?
Today?
Yeah, I'm asking Acacia.
Oh, I didn't know it was today.
I think they're coming up today.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I
we
told
do
them.
need to get.
Well, I'm waiting on that call. But even if,
Okay.
if that place isn't ready right away, they can just stay here.
Yeah,
You
they
know,
can definitely stay
it's not
here.
a big deal. Umu. What does that mean? I like how Acacia is not answering this question.
It's a really nice day out.
It is. It's very nice.
I have to say, we're lucky. We did not get the brutal side of the storm.
No, we didn't. Elaine, did you ever consider yourself an ENFJ? That's interesting. My girlfriend's Ukrainian but lives here in the Ukraine. I know they're at war, but I still like to visit this country, especially when it snows. Well, Daddy's Blue Funk, that's what I was saying as well. No, Mr. Kartoffel, you cannot buy mod status. This is the Catholic Church.
I bet you, Mr. Kartoffel, that at some point, maybe when there's a little bit more trust built and you want to share something, Eric will give you the wrench. But
Thank you, Naked Beekeeper.
oh.
I appreciate it. What was I going to address here? I need to scroll up a little bit. Oh, Ukraine. Right, yeah. I mean, my choice is definitely Ukraine. Because obviously, once the war's over, especially if Ukraine retains its national sovereignty, then, yes, there's a cat right here. I have two cats, actually, but this is the loud one. That cat meows like there's no tomorrow. Are you coming around the 8th or 9th?
Oh, that's what.
What date is it today?
This is the 4th. So that's what I thought. I thought it was going to be this weekend.
I misunderstood.
Which is good.
That's fine. We have more time to get it ready. We can order linen.
Yeah.
So do you feel certain about the size of the beds so we know what size linens to buy?
I know for sure that one is a full. The main one in the main bedroom is a full.
Okay.
And then we need a queen size, I think, for the other one.
Okay. So you didn't think you were an ENFJ, but now do you believe you are? I'm surprised a little bit that I haven't really gotten any pushback on your type from anybody. But what I've had to do is basically walk back my previously stated claims that you can tell 7, 1 or 2 or something else. Now I'm just saying it's a polar test. You can tell if it's polar, and the rest, other than that, you can't say for sure. I mean, it's just down the street. I have to go there to turn on the water anyway. Yeah, so, I mean, it just goes to show you that the polar tests are polar tests, first and foremost. I think I was saying to Rachel, I don't know if I said it on this stream before or not, but it seems as though broadly that ENFJs demonstrate better TI than INFJs.
Mm-hmm.
And my reasoning for this is for ENFJs, extroverted feeling is an absolute value, perception management and stuff. The kind of TI test questions I have are the kind of things that an ENFJ can understand as a goal, like I want to perform well on these kind of things, and find it an absolute value to make that impression. Whereas INFJs, it's an instrumental value. They don't really care what you think as much as FE Doms do. But I will concede, regardless, that
Well, thank you, BB. I love you too.
it's concerning, except I would just say that the skills tests always have merely correlated with slot. You know, they correlate with the function. They're not the same thing as the function. So it's like the extent to which somebody's TI and how much it's an absolute value. Well, I found one thing I found about typing a lane that was maybe the most interesting thing about that session for me was being able to type somebody who had a good enough understanding of the functions that I could ask them to convey the values of each function in that international mic test. So I could say, okay, now project TI values as an absolute value. Now project SE values as absolute value. It was interesting that she got the TE ones. She couldn't come up with what TE was exactly. She gave me SE, and then when I asked her for SE, she came up with more SE, but she recognized that it was the same thing as the TE, but she thought that she was failing to get SE right rather than that she had gotten TE wrong. Conversely, do INFJs have better SE than ENFJs? I don't think so.
No, because the third slot.
I mean, but that's what we're saying about TI, right? So what I'm saying is, it's not the case that ENFJs actually have better TI than INFJs. It's that they're better at displaying TI on those kinds of tests for it, right?
I think so too.
Because better is the wrong word to use. What INFJs have is TI as an absolute value. And so it's much more integrated into their life than an ENFJ's TI is. But TI it's like TI is an introverted function. The kind of TI I'm testing is the kind that renders externally most. So I guess what I'm getting at is that it's important to remember that TI is about consistency, not just about deductive logic, and that it's about fairness as a value, and it's about the value of adherence to communicative logic.
What Ruben told me too was that he deliberates on TI. He comes up with a question really quick, and then he gives it out. Like, he's not doing much. He's not putting too much thought into it. Where, like, I feel like third slot TI would be like. Did I say TE or TI?
You said TI.
Okay. Where I think third slot TI actually like tries to like visually put it in their mind, and I don't know.
I mean, the thing is this: both people get information with TI because that's what kind of function it is. So there's question asking. The thing is, what I've noticed, Rachel, with you is you always ask questions when something I say, I either expressed it poorly or I'm just not making sense because I haven't fully realized the idea yet. That's when you'll ask questions, which means that you're listening for sense making all the time.
That's true.
And I think ENFJs display an equivalent kind of use of TI because that's what it is, right? But I suspect the difference is that they're using TI in order to know what to do, whereas
Yeah.
whereas you're doing things in order to be fair,
Mm-hmm.
right?
It is in order to be fair.
Like, if you didn't feel a need to be fair, you would never do the dishes or the laundry.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, that's beautiful. It means you uphold the value of fairness as an absolute value.
I do. I very much do. Very much.
And I think ENFJs, it's important that they be perceived as fair. And so it's important to them that they be perceived as fair. So they're displaying a certain amount of, they're actually doing more things,
Yeah.
being more fair. But it's not because fairness really matters to them as an absolute value. It's because being perceived well matters to them as an absolute value.
Mm.
It makes it tricky, therefore, to find the proportionality that we'd like there to be, which is to say, it seems as though ENFJs are better at both SE and TI, but it's not actually the case. It's just they're better at looking like they're better at things.
Sure. Yeah. Even SE.
I mean, they are they are
They
very
are
good
better
at
than
SE.
that, yeah.
I mean, they're all both ENTJs and ENFJs have SE coming out the wazoo. You know,
Both in the
third
third
slot.
slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
SE coming out the wazoo.
The do factor is very high in them.
Better at faking it. Well, better at displaying. Better at looking smart. Better at looking smart and better at being effective. They've got you know effective 8 slot TE. They're interfacers, so they're pretty strong at both interface functions. Some types are better suited for existence in the world than others. ENFJs are very well suited for existence in the world. INFPs, INFJs, less so, you know? Hello, Serbia. America says hello to you. Matt Razi Sound. I've seen you before. Welcome back. So, what are you saying is the ENFJs are superior with their awesome 1, 3, and 4? It is not fair. I agree, Lou. Uh, you know, unfortunately, society and the world's valuing of various things, it prioritizes extroversion.
Because, like, to some degree, they're even more active than ENTP because of.
Oh yeah, because I've got unconscious SE. I do end up getting plenty of stuff done,
Sure.
but I have a strained relationship with it, you might say.
Oh, it's me and SI.
Yeah. So anyway, remember that what they sacrifice in order to be ENFJs is they sacrifice SI. So, like, all of my rye ways, the great satisfaction I take. God bless you, Rachel. Um,
Thanks, Fly Guy.
all the rye stuff that I enjoy, like taking a shower, getting into bed, rolling around, taking care of myself by eating or making a beverage or whatever. That's just all. They don't get to even barely have any awareness of that stuff.
So, I wonder then, and I guess like I'm asking Elaine and Ruben, do people think that you have memory problems or
Yeah. Do they think that there's something wrong with you and your memory?
yeah?
Do people say to you, hey, there's something wrong with you?
I mean, because I have terrible SI. Like I said, like I can remember if I wear something that's the same 2 days in a row, I can remember what I wore. But the third day, if I wore something different, I can't tell you. Do you get called up for your memory?
Yeah. How did Fly Guy and Show Media get mod? Mr. Kartoffel, stop. One way you can ensure that you don't get moderator status is to bug me about making you a moderator. Fly Guy, do not tell him that. I'm sure that's not how it happened. So do not. he's trying to trick you. Don't believe him, Mr. Kartoffel. I can remember stuff and I don't even know why. Yeah, unfortunately, Jeremiah fixed those of us who are SI front stack are stuck remembering things all the time, and a lot of those memories aren't pleasant memories that we're remembering. Unfortunately, SI prioritizes remembering bad things because those are the things you need to learn from most. The man with the great machete says, I'm always told I have a bad memory. Rachel, were you told that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, H Slot probably told that as well.
Yeah. My grandma La Pelosa used to call me Forgetful Jones. Yeah, from Sesame Street.
Forgetful Jones.
Yeah, because I believe anyway, that she was an SI Dom, so she would remember everything, but I have a memory of a goldfish.
What I want to do right now is just for anybody who's newly arrived, I want to answer the question posed by the title: what is the one impossibly normal trick to always succeed? And that trick is merely define whatever it is you're doing as success.
Oh.
Now, I keep in mind, I'm not recommending you use this trick because I'm not sure it's going to produce net good outcomes for you, but there is an impossibly normal trick you can do to always succeed. And that's it. So, if you came here just for the title, there's your answer. I live in Turkey. Turkey is currently providing for the Syrian Free Army, which is a rebellion, but Syria is the safest country between those three, 100% guaranteed. Well, then you probably picked Syria, Arda Kaliskan. You probably picked Syria. Maybe next time I'll put, uh, did I read your wall text comment? No, I haven't been looking at the comments really lately. You're not talking about something you did in the chat, huh? Maybe next time I will put Palestine on the list of places. Gaza. I guess there is no Palestine. Just put Gaza.
Do they even have like flights going to North Korea?
It's possible to visit North Korea, but you have to leave from a third country. You can't visit there from America.
Oh, that was my second question.
When I was in China, I looked into possibly visiting North Korea because that would be weird, but I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. It's dangerous for an American to go there. There's a decent chance that they'll kill you, and then you will be dead. So I'm still waiting for the septic tank people to call me back. I am glad, however, that I am glad that to learn that Acacia and Ruben aren't coming up until this weekend.
Yeah.
And I believe Cameron will be here at the same time.
Yeah.
So, we can all do whatever. Should be interesting. Fly Guy seems like a wise bud. Maybe I should use his trick. I don't know about that. Poo poo tanks.
Yep.
Septic tank.
Yep.
Septic. We need to get septic tank repaired over at the other house. And in fact, we might just be able to get it repaired and have everything working in full by the time they get here. If we can get that done this week.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out sort of today. Can you hot air balloon over here? Would you rather be a vegan for the rest of your life or be one of those road blockers for a day? What do you mean a road blocker?
Yeah.
You mean a traffic cone? Exactly. I wish we all had hot air balloons and we could just fly around. The problem with hot air balloons, of course, is that you don't get to pick which direction you go.
That's true, you don't.
So what I want is a hot air balloon with a big fan on it that lets me, that is on a swivelly thing that goes around the outside of it so I can move the fan wherever I want to point the direction I want to go.
Oh. That would be good for a hot air balloon. That's kind of like what blimps do, right? They have
those, yeah, fans. But the thing is, of course, then you need to have some kind of power source for your fan.
That's true.
Just moving your hot air balloon through the air. Maybe a big electrical battery, or I guess you could have a nuclear powered fan. But probably you don't want to have a nuclear reactor that close to you in your hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very dangerous situation.
Maybe you could have a solar powered fan.
Oh.
But then you could only fly during the day. But
that's probably best anyway. I mean, flying at night, you would need a big. Well, I don't know how. I feel like hot air ballooning at night would be a little difficult. Meow.
Well, it's the sneakiest way to invade another country. You hot air balloon in at night, your army.
Oh. Meow.
Once on the night of a new moon when it's very dark, you take your army and you get a bunch of hot air balloons that are painted black, and then you load your army into the hot air balloon baskets, and you quietly, silently, darkly fly across the border into the other country, and then drop down. All your army gets out of the hot air balloons, and everyone's like, "How did they get here?
Yeah.
Where did they come from?"
It comes by surprise too.
Yeah, it's a great way to surprise. I think that's probably how the Japanese should have done Pearl Harbor.
Oh.
Then they would have done even a better job of Pearl Harbor.
Oh my god.
They just eat the people carrying hand bombs. We just silently float over the American boats and just drop the hand bombs. So anyway, these are some of the many ways that one could use hot air balloons in warfare. I think you could really only use them at night, only on new moons. You buggin'. Hello there. Pussyfooting around in your hot air balloon.
It's just so funny to me because I feel like once they get close to like the target area, the balloon is gonna be like so big and so noticeable that like.
Remember, it's pitch dark outside.
Oh.
There's the new moon, no moon at all. Okay?
Oh, they really planned this.
Yeah, you can only really use your hot air balloon invasion squad techniques on a new moon. No one's getting past your walls. Even hot air balloons, Donald Trump, 89. I think that's the thing. That's the problem with Trump's border wall plan, is he's not accounting for Mexican hot air balloons. How many people do you think immigrate into the country via hot air balloon night travel? Okay, well, you be as offended as you want, Mr. Kartoffel. SOS 112. I'm not sure what 112 is. Are you a ship that's about to go down in the ocean? SOS 112. I don't know what you do. What you mean when you say that? Korean letters, that's a fact. What? What? If you will train them to become rubbery. Jeremiah's going to train what to become rubbery? Steel girders? Can you train my steel girders to become rubbery?
Arm reach?
I see. What drugs give you memory issues? Well, I mean, benzos. Benzos will give you temporary. You'll forget stuff that you were doing on benzos if you take a lot of benzos. But it's like people say that marijuana has short-term memory consequences, but as far as I can tell, my memory is the same as it's always been after years of smoking it.
Yeah, my memory's just bad.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I think people's relationship with remembering things doesn't change. It's part of their personality. I was kind of scatterbrained as a kid, but not so much as but scatterbrained, not like I'd forget about a bunch of things. I didn't have to write a bunch of reminders. It was just I had an iffy relationship with keeping track of a bunch of stuff, right? It's more on the developing brain, and the concentration now is a lot higher, but it's not serious. The weed now is a lot higher concentrated than it used to be. Well, I mean, the thing about THC though is like the tolerance curve, whatever you want to call it, makes it such that it doesn't really matter if the weed gets stronger or not. You just you just get accustomed to it right away, right? You just adjust. So it really doesn't make any difference. I mean, I'm somebody who's been smoking weed for decades. And while one might conceivably imagine that there's been some memory harms in some fashion over the course of those decades, what we can definitely conclude is that that any direct causal linkage between marijuana smoking and memory loss that would say be cumulative, we can negate the possibility of that, because there's no possibility that my memory was that much better decades ago. And so accordingly, if relatively little harms incurred over the course of decades, of regularly smoking it, it must not have a very strong causal link to the memory loss, right? Now, you could try to make the argument that, well, it doesn't cause those harms now, but that it increases your likelihood of, say, getting dementia or something. However, that's a totally different kind of claim, and I'd have to see some data to suggest there's a linkage there to believe that. There's no particular reason why one would imagine intuit a linkage between the two. So, you know, that's my take on that. You can use case studies like me to eliminate certain possibilities when evaluating something like that. Some little paw prints over there. Let's take a look at them. They're probably squirrel prints, I would guess. Well, let's see. There might be rabbit or something. Let me get over and look at them. One of the nice things about snow, right? You get to see the animal paw prints. Yeah, these are little squirrel prints, I think. You can see their little hands. And then they go up over there onto those rocks. Because that's where the squirrels live. There's more paw prints over there. But I don't want to walk in this slushy wet snow. It's getting my socks wet. Walk very carefully. Okay. I did it. I made it back without getting too much wetness on my socks. And I left these, my normal strange tatami shoe footprints, these like perfect rectangles over there. I imagine the squirrels would appreciate some cutlets. I'm gonna get my feet all wet if I walk over there. I already got some snow on my right big toe, which is now wettening me in a most distressing fashion. Please don't boil me alive. I'm not even 5 times ready enough for that. Don't boil me alive. I have gotta have a beast, so geez, won't you leave, please, please? Don't boil me alive. I'm not even 5 times ready enough for that. Don't boil me alive. I have gotta have a beast, so geez, won't you leave, please, please? That's called Please Don't Boil Me Alive. It's a song I wrote to express my true feelings about being boiled alive. But I have taken some artistic license. I don't actually have a hive of bees. So you can believe the sentiment of the song that I don't want to be boiled alive. But don't believe all of the details of the song because some of it is fictional. I have a handsome neck. Thanks. I get my neck polished. Elaine calls me to punch drywall. Okay. Why do you suppose that Elaine wants her drywall punched? I'm curious. Like I told you, Mr. Kartoffel, I get my neck polished at the neck polishing store. That's how I am so handsome. Am I in Palestine now? Me? No. I'm not in Palestine. No one's getting boiled alive because I sang that song, which prevented any possible people who might want to boil me alive from believing that I want them to do so. I'm looking very buff today. Must be because I've been working out. I've been working out so much. Drywall was created to be punched, huh? Is that why Mr. Drywall created it? That's why it's called drywall. Because it was invented by Mr. Drywall. Alright, turn around, camera. There we go. So I'm a spider. So what? Brr, it's cold out there. Somebody turned on the cold outside. Fake alibi was timed out for punching too much drywall?
He kept on saying that, bringing in Elaine into it.
Well, I mean, he could have been telling the truth. Maybe Elaine really does call people to punch her drywall.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I am the dumb one in this. I've been taken for a fool.
Like, what do you think a preferred behavior with drywall is over punching it?
He's only timed up for a minute, so he'll be back.
There is a TWFP Discord, for sure. It's Carlos Paiva's in charge of it, and he has the link for it. Painting it. You think I should paint that wall again, huh? Yeah, okay, yeah. Obviously it needs another coat of paint. I think that I will get around to that at some point. I feel like I've really gotten on top of stuff today, and I'm glad I was under the mistaken impression that you guys were coming today.
A little, like...
It motivated me.
It would have been fine. It would have been fine.
But it motivated me to take action.
That's good.
And now I know we have more days, so that's good.
Yes, definitely get it in a full circle.
That's SI for you. I'm enjoying the feeling of these things on my head.
It's like so funny. It's a funny cognitive function. Wait.
Mr. Kartoffel, I'm not going to make you a mod, but I am going to give you a wonder point for that hilarious chat. Okay? You get a wonder point for that. Rachel must be so happy when she has such a muscular, handsome, mod-giving, and kind husband. Excellent.
I am happy. I am very happy.
Excellent joke, but not going to make you a mod. Palestine, we will never give up on the issue, nor will our tongues remain silent, and regardless of deception, the voice of truth will remain loud, says Palestine. Well, I'm into that. I'm obviously not in... I obviously do not support Israel's ridiculous apartheid state. Nor do I believe Israel should be setting any terms under which they will end it, you know. They need to acknowledge that the order of questions demands that before they make any particular critiques, they cease to to hold the Palestinian people in this state of semi-bondage that they've got. I want something that can be tested outside of any person's intuition. Well, you could measure the length of your arm. What about that? And when questioned about it, you can get out a ruler and say, this is how long it is. You could count the number of hairs on your head. You know, I try to make it like that as best I can, Ruben. And I know that's what you're getting at, but I wish that I could eliminate intuition entirely from the equation. Unfortunately, it's a little trickier than that. Trouble? Don't you dare. Trouble's trying to be a dick. Oh, that horrible cat. Oh, that horrible, horrible cat. Okay, so that changes my perspective on things, knowing that Ruben and Keisha are kind of later in the week. Makes me feel a little bit like, all right, I can chill a little bit here. What do you want?
More attention.
You are such a pain in the ass. Okay, well, I'll get you started, okay? I'll get you started. Let's get the cat started eating. We have a horrible cat that that won't eat unless I come over here and watch him. And also won't stop meowing at me if I don't.
I hope you don't ever think that I'm a horrible wife.
No. Have I ever said anything of the sort?
No, you haven't. Not even close. Ew.
More
So
hair
much
on the
hair. There you go.
More pets for Kitty.
He's been peeing on the, I'm letting the people know that he's continued to pee on the bath mat. I sprayed it with Resolve.
Well, now we keep the bathroom door closed
Yeah.
all the time.
We have to.
But he's such a pain in the ass. It's like, I don't even know like how to manage him at all.
I know.
He's so difficult.
I know. I realized that I need to put in a little bit more effort with looking at him. That way it takes off a little bit more for you. Like I think, because like I like to do things in here when I'm in here. If I see there's dishes that need to be put away or whatever. So I try to tell him like, look, I'm still here. Please eat. Like, eat while I'm here.
Right.
But
He wants you to just like stand right here.
I need to watch him a
Ridiculous.
little bit more, and I think he'll get off your butt a little bit more if I do that.
Well, yeah, it's like I'm kind of torn about how to deal with him because on the one hand, I suspect that he'll be most well behaved if he feels most reassured,
Yeah, I know.
comfortable, confident, and stuff. But on the other hand, it's like I want to establish boundaries.
We have
So-
to.
But I mean, it's like if establishing boundaries is going to create more problems rather than fewer
I
problems.
see.
You know, but it's hard to say what's going to work. You know.
It's just so hard because once he gains that confidence, he's like, boom, back to being on top and like it's my domain, and he treats
Well, I
Capillo
mean,
worse.
I don't think we should. I think we should continue to police him with Capillo as best as we can. But and I think I'm doing a better job of that lately. But as far as like this peeing stuff, my concern is, okay, if we keep him out of that bathroom, he's gonna find another spot inside to pee. So we'll just have to play it by ear, I guess. We need to get a squirt bottle because that's the best way to kind of discipline him if we just squirt him with a squirt bottle.
Yeah. Because he's got to learn somehow. Like, I'm wondering if last night he peed because he was pissed at me. I genuinely don't know why he's peeing, honestly. But, you know, I don't even know how you sleep with him because I'm just laying on my phone and laying down on my and playing on my phone, and he just has to be right up on me.
Yeah, well, I kick him off of me regularly throughout the night.
Well, that's what I end up doing. I'll shift the blanket or I'll like move my leg so that there's space like in between. But he doesn't like that. He wants to be. If he chooses to be right up next to me, that's where he wants to be. So I don't know if he got pissed at me and was like, "Well, I'm gonna go pee in the bathroom," or he's having. I don't know if it's a behavioral thing or an age thing.
I mean, it might just be like he doesn't like going through the cat door. He can, because I know when he goes outside, he comes back inside.
Yes.
But he doesn't like to go through it.
No, he doesn't.
Are you going out, kitty, or what? Yes, go outside. Spend more time outside.
Yeah.
Go on.
Good boy, Trouble. Good boy.
Go on. No, he's not going outside. He's not. So, good for us. We have more time with our wonderful cat. I've never encountered such a difficult cat ever, except for Delilah's cat, who's also very difficult. Matthews Winkowski says 356. Isaiah Root says, good noon, Eric. And I say good noon to you as well. Don't ironize at me, Jeremiah. Machete, it seems like a bubble bath is probably too much TE for him to get into it, but I'm sure he'd love one if it were ready to go. I'm not sure who you're talking about, but my cat does not want a bubble bath. Yes, this cat is the cat I'm talking about. Political Live? I'm not sure what you mean with that. 10 minutes till noon in Oakland. Also 10 minutes till noon in Mariposa. Elaine's open to being proven wrong. I think ironize probably means to speak to someone with a bunch of irony. I'm guessing. Talking about me? Okay. I forgot what I was asking about. Let me go up and see again. Oh, me. Yeah, bubble bath, right. Yeah, well, it's something I might have done in Arcadia where I had a big ass bathtub that I could fit into, but the bathtub here is small. I don't take a bath anymore. I take a shower. I like the shower I have. Hello, Pennsylvania from California. Mariposa, California greets you.
I went to college in Pennsylvania.
That's right. My wife Rachel here is a graduate of one Kutztown University.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you know where Kutztown is.
Yeah, I don't know if you know where Kutztown is. Pennsylvania is kind of big. Long.
Basic type me is ENTP, but I'm almost positive that I'm NI front stack. I've encountered a number of people who've been typed poorly and incorrectly by species, so, I guess he's gotten into some new thing that's some new kind of bullshit, some new flavor of bullshit. So, Eric, what makes you think I'm not an ENTP? Your NE's not anywhere close to dominant, you know. Thank you, Rob West. God bless you too.
Yeah, I think so too, Isaiah Rude.
I
think
suspect you
be
would
a
as
better
well.
typologist than Spacey too.
Yeah. Well, Elaine's not an ENTP because she doesn't she doesn't use expert intuition the way an ENTP does at all. Like an ENTP will give plenty of examples in uh, in in keeping with their extroverted intuition. So it's like expert intuition expresses not merely as new ideas, but as linking back to specifics, especially if I'm asking about her. But she's not linking back to specifics at any point. There's just no way she's going to be. And her extrovert intuition just isn't that good, right? It's like it's not that active. It doesn't flow that smoothly. There's a lot of kind of back and forthy, uh, demonstrative any. Did you see Puxatawny Phil when you were in Pennsylvania, Rachel?
No, I wasn't very close to Puxatawny. I was more on the Allentown, Reading side of Pennsylvania.
Hmm. All right. Are you rattling off any examples to try to get to the truth? Well, yeah. It's just like if it's kind of like TI, right? So I don't doubt that Elaine's really good at Inky Pinkies and other kind of explicit skill tests that I can come up with for extroverted intuition, like analogies, things like that. But if I say, uh, like, something like, explain meow with examples from your life. Or even if I don't say that, it's like an ENTP would give examples from their life to back up claims they're making about themselves. Specific examples. Like this one time I was with Rachel and we were meowing is something that I will say if trying to explain something about myself. I can't come up with a great example right now, but that's just the irony of life. I'd rather live in Syria because North Korea say bye bye to your life and Ukraine is in war. Well, tapping way, that's a good bunch of reasoning to select that choice because of. So why isn't Elaine an ENTP? There's in my mind there's zero possibility she's an ENTP.
Or ESTP.
ESTP is a is a you can make a case for ESTP better than you can make a case for ENTP. But one of the reasons why she's not ESTP is she's very clearly, in terms of values and ways, F above T. And furthermore, um, ESTPs, they can't, you can draw out plenty of SI out of them, fifth slot. So I've always said that it's difficult to differentiate between 4 and 5 in terms of front slot, back slot. And so ESTPs, they'll give me a lot more examples, specifics. They'll demonstrate better SI. And the TI, she might test as well on the TI test, but in that regard, it's just like the NE thing. The tests are ways to hone in on certain skills that link strongly to that function, but it's not the same thing as that function. So Y'all are so intellectually smart, way smarter than I.
Mm,
Well, I don't know about that, Simple Girl
I don't
357.
either.
I didn't ask any drowning puppies questions. That's true, Elaine. I gleaned a lot of information from you uh, by asking values stuff that was sort of roundabout, you know. Lou says I always feel that way too, Simple. I mean, you know, there's there are explanations for things, and sometimes it can be difficult to convey those explanations in ways that people who are new to the idea of explaining this kind of thing, this specific thing, um, they're you're gonna find it kind of intimidating at first because it's got kind of some jargon and it's dealing with trying to explain something that's fundamentally rather abstract and difficult to grasp, which is human consciousness.
Please don't spoil me of that.
I did the owl story, by the way, in my guinea pig death day. Yeah, you did. But that was when asked to provide specific examples. When not specifically asked to provide specific examples, you didn't provide any. If I were typing an ISTJ, I would be inundated with examples. I just, you know, and and I wouldn't have to beckon them, you know. Isaiah says, I'm really dumb when it comes to FI. Well, that's to be expected. But countervalued SI equals SI does not equal SI polar. I didn't say you countervalued it. I said that you don't naturally present SI stuff. Yes, when I ask you for a couple specific examples, you give them, but um, I guess in this instance, I was addressing the question of whether you were ESTP or ENFJ. The answer is, well, an ESTP would give me more specific examples than that. Naturally, I wouldn't without me asking because SI fifth is a lot more active than SI polar.
Your SI is better than mine in some ways. If that makes you feel better.
Who, me or her?
Her.
In what ways?
And SY, my SI is like.
I mean, hers is probably a little more conscious, but you know, the thing is, my point about Elaine's typing is that it is exactly what Ruben doesn't want. Elaine's an ENFJ. I'm certain of it 100%, but I can't exactly prove it. Like it's subject to critique. The typing of her in a number of different ways. You could make the case for ESTP, whatever. What I'm saying is, in this instance, a a combination of multiple things, none of them determinate entirely, convinces me that she's an ENFJ. Did she pass an SI polar test? Well, she's too aware of how I'm asking questions about SI, what they're looking for, what they mean, and so I didn't even really give her a normal SI polar test because she definitely be able to answer those, you know. If I ask her what she had for breakfast this morning, I'm sure she was keeping track of it in some sense because she knows the typing is coming up. She knows what kind of questions I'm asking, you know?
She and Ruben yesterday in Discord were saying how they have anecdotes, like they have like things that they reach in their brain for that is SI to use in certain situations, but it's a certain kind of memory, you know. They know that they socially have to.
Right. They've got an FE box of pseudo SI.
Right.
Right. And so that makes it impossible for me to really meaningfully use an SI polar test on especially somebody who understands what I'm trying to do. She's not going to accidentally make the mistake of that an SI polar person might otherwise make of saying like, well, I usually have this because she understands what I'm doing, right? So she's a great case study because she's somebody that represents the maximally non-virgin. She's very familiar with exactly how I type, what I'm looking for, what the questions link to, etc. So accordingly, being definitive about stuff, and and that's that's okay. It it shows that I can still successfully type somebody even when they're they're maximally informed about my methodologies, but I have to take some more time and I have to use into some intuition to conclude that because like I said, what I got is a bunch of things that all suggest this to make a good circumstantial case for ENFJ, but there's also enough uh, enough evidence that that can play the other way that you could make a case for another type, right? It's not a good open and shut, uh, can't be disputed kind of a case. Like the ISTP, I typed Sean. I felt as though that was as open and shut a typing as you can get. I I typed in my ISTP. He suggested maybe INTJ. I double checked. I evaluated various things. He definitely typed as any polar. His answer to the analogy I asked was very any polar, and it helped me to understand how analogies is a good way to test any polar. That one's open and shut. I believe I have as much certainty about Elaine, but it's not as open and shut because it's a circumstantial case. Yeah, well, yeah, I got that that was your point. I didn't mean to unnecessarily get defensive about something. Um, but I wish it were. I mean, you can only do so much because people are open system creatures. They can adapt to things. They learn what something's attempting to do, and then they won't be tricked by it again, right? So we're trying to develop a set of tests that's immune to that. It's almost impossible, but it seems like with the polars, you can actually, for certain things, say, all right, this is more or less ungameable without a significant amount of effort on the part of the person to game it. I don't have such a clear cut test that does that for SI, but NE works that way. It seems like you know they really struggle with analogies. It seems like so that's a pretty good test that I've recently added that can provide some additional certainty on things. What am I going to play? Why do I have my guitar? What am I doing?
Well, you had some sort of intuition towards it.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to play it. It's out of tune though. I should tune it. Okay. Don't worry, everybody. It's just Rachel's tuberculosis acting up again. I think what I'll play is, let's see. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll wanna know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, though departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bumpity da 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 ba da da da. Bumpity da 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 ba da 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 da. Thanks, darling.
It made me think about the sun card and how you're the sun card.
Thanks, darling. Did I buy this guitar with money from the Tooth Fairy? I wish I did. What would be the best age to be definitively typed? I'm 17 and have been typed by many, but only 2 trustworthy and knowledgeable people. Well, if you've not been typed by me, you've not been typed by anybody who's trustworthy and knowledgeable enough about typology to get you right necessarily. So keep that in mind. That was called Matter of Mood, a song I wrote quite a long time ago. Quite a long time ago indeed. Here's another song I wrote quite a long time ago indeed. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks to soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks actual night? Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. That's probably literally the best I've ever played that song. Because, you know, I wrote it a long time ago, but I wasn't really a good enough guitar player to play it and sing it very well together at the same time. I've managed, but that was clean. I nailed it that time. Unusually clean. Okay, now I'll play Gregory in Disguise. Thanks, simple girl. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. But now the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise.
I could go right back into it so easy.
Yeah, I fucked up when she started singing. I wanted to do the background vocal part, and it made me mess up my guitar and lose where I was and stuff. But it's much better when she and I are both singing it. But you know, she's sometimes in the mood and sometimes not, and it's fine. So, you want to do Cloudy Day? You want to come over here?
Thank you, simple girl.
Well, why don't you? Okay, yeah, that's fine where you are. Or you can stand a little closer, but actually that's fine. This will work fine.
It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we look for more time. Troubles past, struggle still to come. Day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time.
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid.
It's a very rainy day in Los Angeles. And today we hope for more time.
One more time.
Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time?
Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say.
Have a safe trip, Ruben.
That was excellent, Rachel.
Thank you. It was
Good
so
job.
much fun. I'm sorry that I'm moody when I.
No, it wasn't. Yeah. Well, let's see what I'm going to do today. First, I'm going to eat some food. And I'll have a drink as well. I'll have one of these class haulers. I think I'll additionally have some salami.
Thanks, Luminous.
Which will serve as what you might call a non-meal food.
Snacking like you're an INFJ. I'm gonna throw out these acrobats in.
Roll this out too.
Yeah.
Where did apricots come from?
We bought them like 2 or 3 times ago at the store. I saw them on the shelf and I was like, oh, I can eat those one day.
Under a can?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Caroline. Hi, Freezing Rebel.
Hi, Caroline.
I gotta say, playing the guitar felt very nice. As it has lately, it's like, really ever since I got that guitar, things have started to really fall into place for me with the guitar.
That's good. It's true, though. You're right. It's true. You've been playing more, and you've wanted to play more, and you always said how that other guitar made your hands sore. Yeah.
Well, Ukraine wins with 161 votes, quite a few votes.
Yeah, it is.
That poll. Good job, poll. Good job, people. React YouTube. Hi, buddy. Hi, React YouTube. How do you react to YouTube? Do you react positively? Do you react negatively? I'm assuming react means react. USA, says Geraldine.
Could be reach.
Could be reach, YouTube. True. You're right. React YouTube says he reacts positively to YouTube.
That's good.
That's good.
I'm glad to
I'm
hear
pleased,
that.
yeah.
I have faith in YouTube now.
Well, you can go back and forth all you want. Elaine from Blaine. Go back and forth all you want. But I'm telling you, based on a very thorough assessment of you, it took a while with you, right? I had to take extra time because you were tricky. But I rarely do I overexpress confidence at the end of a typing session, occasionally, but certainly not after a couple of days. I still feel the same way or whatever. I feel very confident I got you right.
I think talking to Ruben, you'll, figure some stuff out.
And I also understand why. I mean, it's sort of possible for most types to engage in, but here's some things that are contraindicative. And in those instances, you can, but it's not a perfect science. You got to look at the totality of things in some instances, and you're one of those. So that's when it's just time. You just got to say, you know what, Elaine? I'm just going to put on some youth do and be pleased with my reality as an ENFJ. And the good news is for you, Elaine, youth do's lasting scent, it lasts eternally. Alcohol is something that lowers your energy. I don't drink alcohol. This is non-alcoholic beer.
I think I might get myself one as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's exactly my point, Elaine, is that you could make a case for whatever you wanted to make a case for. My point is, your instance causes me to backtrack some of my previous claims. Okay, TI polar, it's good for identifying TI polar, but not necessarily informative about slot placement. If somebody performs not very well on TI, you can eliminate one or two, but a person with third or fourth slot,
Who's that girl? Na, 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 na.
Maybe even fifth slot can also perform very well on it. So, my point is that you were performing well on the TI test questions does not establish anything that you were one or two necessarily. It just eliminates polar, That it can be informative if it's weaker than one or two. You're not one or two, but still not polar. But especially when somebody understands what's going on. All right. Well, I mean, here, Elaine, let me give you a quick question and see how you do with it. Okay. If not P and Q, then R. And not R. What can we conclude? If not P and Q, then R. And not R. What can we conclude? All right, we'll see what she says in response to that. Luciana says, who's that girl? This girl is, what's your answer?
Really? I don't want to answer before Elaine.
What I'm providing is not an analogy, but I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. Let's go, Trump. Why is your channel called Talking with Famous People? So remember I said if not P and Q, then R, and not R.
So not P and Q.
No. It's not P and Q.
It's not.
Which is P and Q. Okay. So if not P and Q, then R. And not R means not P and Q, which is P and Q.
Oh.
So nobody got that, including KE, who's an EHP, or Isaiah Rude. I could give other conditional logic things, but even those I don't think are going to be definitive about first and second slot, because ultimately anybody who's got more exposure with conditional logic is going to do better on those than otherwise.
I want to go to the cards.
No, I said if not P and Q, then R and not R. Okay, well, maybe I did this when I'm doing the first. This is why I don't want to get into this shit, right? Look, it doesn't matter how, if I could ask Elaine 100 of these questions and she could successfully get them all right, my point is, what she's taught me is that I cannot use that as definitive about first or second slot, because it's learnable, right? What we want are skills, are things that tell us about slots that you cannot learn. So because people can learn conditional logic, get better at it, and demonstrate an ability above their sort of natural slot level, it doesn't work to tell you when it's somebody's first and second. However, there are some people who can't learn it. Those people are called polar TI. And that is definitive. All right? No, I said if not P and Q.
Yeah.
But whatever. If you think I said if P and Q at some point, then go rewind and find out or whatever.
Say if P and Q.
I don't believe I ever said that, but some people here are saying that. Well, Carlos Pay, but she clearly values demonstrating to everybody her good TI. She clearly values that people understand she has good TI, right? But when you listen to the typing session, when you ask her to project TI's values, she did not project TI's values at all. She expressed TI under an FE frame. Okay, well, fine. This is why I don't want to fucking do this shit. I already told you that, right? It's like, the whole point of me explaining this was to say, I cannot prove definitively that Elaine's an ENFJ, right? That one has to make a circumstantial case. And that I intuit that she definitely is an ENFJ. Based on my years of experience and based on a lot of pieces of information from that typing session, there are other pieces of information from that typing session that are inconsistent with what you'd expect from an ENFJ. If you want to, you can go ahead and build a case for some other type, right? I continue to maintain that the totality of the evidence supports ENFJ over any other type. And I've been forced to walk back from my claim that TI tests can tell you about first, second, seventh, or otherwise. In fact, you cannot definitively tell first, second from otherwise. Okay? The only thing you can definitively tell is polar. But I still think that it's informative about slot in most cases, but not in this one, right? So this is why I hate arguing about typology. Either it's clear cut, like Sean, ISTP, nobody can make any reasonable case for anything otherwise, or you've got some blurriness in it. With SI polar, I don't have a definitive SI polar test. I just have, the extent to which they can sort of relate a lot of specific details from a grocery store trip. Also, it's informative if I start telling them that kind of story and elicit from them a reaction to how they feel about that story. Polar is going to be very anti it. It's hard to distinguish from eighth slot though, and it's harder to distinguish in ENFJs than it is in ENTJs because ENFJs have FE. So I could continue to make a bunch of arguments one way or the other for ENFJ something else. But if I were to do so, I'd be ignoring my meta argument here, which is definitive on the matter. The purpose of me discussing it at all is to drive home the point that there are instances where you cannot determine it with the test. We don't have determinate polar tests for everything. Any polar test is quite determinate. TI is quite determinate. SI is less so. FI less so. FE less so. NI is quite determinate actually. But you don't get to see very many ESFJs and ESTJs, right?
Not here.
No, I don't get to type many of them.
Yeah.
So that's what we're dealing with, right? I can only do it the best that it can be done, which is necessarily inclusive of where things are, where there are gray areas. I'm explaining where those gray areas are, but that doesn't mean I want to argue about why my circumstantial case is correct.
LOLKE ESFP Club. That's funny.
Sir, what is this all about? This is all about the wonderful world of Eric, where everyone's dreams come true all of the time.
Wow, all the time?
Yeah, all of the time.
All of the time.
Yeah. Jaffred Ahmad is new here. Azura once again wants to know my opinion on BBC. As I told you before, Azura, I'm not interested in it. That's my opinion on it, okay? Why did Drake Bell's message get deleted?
Yeah, I don't know why.
What did Drake Bell do? Did you guys get the wrong person? What happened? What did Drake Bell do? He didn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know. He just said, "Let's get high."
Let's get high. I'll go over. What's wrong with that?
Azura is the person that should be deleted.
Why did Drake Bell get in trouble? I can't untime at him, I guess. It was on purpose? What did he do? No. Azura, you shouldn't be deleted. Your question got deleted because you've asked your question before and had it answered before, so there's no reason to ask it again. Like the two most recent messages? I only see one message. I only see one message from him.
Same.
I guess, I'm on top chat. That's why.
Oh, I might be on top chat too. No, I'm on live chat. I only see one from Drake Bell.
Yeah, me too.
Azura was... I'm all the way to Luciana, who asked, "Who's that girl?"
So I like how you talk and can listen to you all day. Well, that's wonderful to hear. Okay, well, I viewed the deleted message. The only one I can see is Let's Get High, I'll Go Over. I can't see
Yeah,
any
that's
other
what I
message.
heard.
But I'll take your word
too.
for it. You guys know what you're doing. So something must have happened
But
that I
he's
can't
just
see.
timed out, so whatever.
Yeah. I'll be leaving now, so have a good day. Goodbye, Adam Gilligan. You have a good day as
too.
well. Well, now, this was just a moment in time. You're right, like most moments. What famous people do you talk to? I don't talk to any famous people. Thank you for going back and checking, Isaiah Ruth. Well, I know it's named Talking with Famous People, but I was never intending to talk with actual famous people. The point of the title was I was intending to interview random people, and the idea was that by interviewing them and treating them as famous people, that they
Ew, he did say something.
Let me see.
But we didn't see it. It didn't show up in mine.
Let me get my glasses on. Yeah, I didn't see those at all.
Yeah, no, me
They didn't
neither.
show up on mine
Sorry.
at all. Thank you for screenshotting it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, well, if you want to get my true opinion, which I've already told you, Azura, then that would be you interviewing me, not me interviewing you.
Oh.
No, I clicked on view deleted message for the one that it allowed me to see it. But okay, click on the username to expand. I tried that, but I couldn't. I'm not sure what's going on. You should frame the Pepsi jacket.
He's gotta wear it though.
Maybe if I had a frame that I could put it up, instead of hanging it up, I frame it, put it on the wall, but it's a frame that lets me easily remove it and put it back.
Opens up. Yeah.
Sir, can you debate on evolution versus creation? I can't debate on evolution versus creation, but I can because I don't affirm creation at all. But I do negate evolution because it doesn't make any sense. But I don't really feel like going into a bunch of evolution stuff at the moment. The bottom line is we don't know where species come from. We don't have a good explanation for it. Evolution doesn't provide a good explanation because it doesn't provide predictions that we can test to validate or falsify it. Those that it does provide or has provided have been falsified, etc.
Yeah, you did. I don't know why it didn't.
I don't know why either.
But I'm glad you guys did time them out because, yeah, it was.
I mean, it doesn't shock me that sometimes you can see things that I can't see or other people. I've heard this on plenty of occasions. Like somebody goes, "Why can't I see that?" You know?
Sometimes I think it's depends on the device that they're using.
Maybe it does depend on the devices they're using. Maybe it does. So, the main point I want to make about evolution and creationism is that's why there's such conviction regarding evolution, despite a lack of reason to have such conviction, is because it's always positioned as the alternative to creationism rather than expected to perform as an actual scientific theory does and actually explain things, you know. If evolution is real, says KE, why don't I grow wings to fly? Because, obviously, KE, evolution doesn't make the claim that individuals of a species evolve over the course of their lifetime. Evolution makes the claim that change over time occurs because of mutations that are somehow advantageous. Daddy's Blue Funk says, evening, guys. There's an option between live chat and top chat. Is it possible to change that as host? That would explain it. I mean, I had it on uh, on Top Chat, so that might explain why I didn't see it. But Rachel had it on live chat. No, this is my wife Rachel. She's
Yes.
39 years old. Sir, evolution is well accepted theory globally, and we have much proof of it. Well, Jeffrey Ahmad, all I need is an actual good explanation of how evolution works, and I'll be happy to affirm it. You know, I
Like,
I don't care. I don't have any investment in the idea at all. I just know that I would like to have an explanation of speciation that actually makes sense, and it doesn't. I'm 52. She's 39. I'm 52. It does jog the chat on when it's stuck. That's true. I've had that experience as well. It doesn't seem to make much of a difference to me either. Yes, I believe in dinosaurs.
yes.
Why wouldn't I believe in dinosaurs?
Exactly.
I'm. It's like
That's
again,
easy to do.
again. I am asking for an actual explanation of where species comes from. I'm not affirming any sort of understanding of the world that is rejects the fossil record or whatever.
Personally, I go by the Noah's Ark method. I think that's
Oh, you're of the Noah's Ark school. Huh?
yeah.
Is the reason we have all the species is because Noah collected them and put them on a boat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's one way to think about it. What point in your life did you have the most love for someone? Well, to be honest, probably when Delilah was little. When you're a parent of a small child, you feel this incredibly intense, um, protective love for that child. I still love Delilah, you know, more than one can even explain. But obviously, at the moment, she's an adult, and so I'm not feeling that kind of protective love that I did when she was like 3 years old. Obviously, I love Rachel a great deal, but it's not the same kind of intense love you feel for your child when she's 3 years old, where you've got to just where she's just so like strikingly precious to you. I don't know if she's attracted to my big brain, or I don't really think I have a particularly big brain. I suspect it's hopefully has a lot of surface area, but
I'm attracted because I think he's handsome and smart and funny.
Ver says, I'm not a Volcel. I'm an incel who's embraced his fate.
It's a wholesale.
Voluntary celibate. What are your thoughts on Elvis Costello? I think he's got some really good stuff. Some of his old stuff, like I was in the stations and everyone and every one of those late night stations playing songs, bringing tears to my eyes. I was seriously thinking about hiding the receiver when the switch broke 'cause it's old. They're saying things that I can hardly believe. They really think we're getting out of control. Radio, it's a sad salvation. Radio is sweeping across the nation. That's Elvis Costello. Smooth brains are the best brains. Same with scrotums. So you believe that man was created only in one day by some supernatural force? No, Jaffred Ahmad. Do you not hear what I'm saying at all? Are you joking? What I'm saying is, I don't know where species came from. I'm not a creationist. I want an actual explanation that explains things, so I can understand where species come from, and I don't think evolution explains things adequately for a variety of reasons.
Well, that's good, Daniel M. Welcome.
Hey, Daniel M. It's really nice to meet a self-aware NPC.
Yeah.
Who accepts that they are an NPC and embraces the role.
I also like the Elvis Costello songs like "You Wanna Talk to Her, You Wanna Talk to Her."
Can I get it? Pump it up. Pump it up. Casbah says, you can't explain spirituality tangibly, Eric. Come on now, mate. Did I try to explain spirituality tangibly?
No.
Did
That
anybody
topic
remember
did
me
not
ever
come
doing
up at
that?
all.
I don't remember trying to do that at all. Do I know what edging is? I looked it up before, but I
Oh
forget. I
God,
forgot what it was.
that's like inappropriate. Unless you're talking about hair cutting edging, the other edging is inappropriate.
Really? That's weird, Isaiah.
Yeah,
That's
that
crazy.
is. That is crazy. How'd you like?
She-
Did you have an intuition, or did you find out somehow? Like, was there a conversation had by the two of you?
Excited and Paul says, hello, how are you? I am fine, how are you? Jeffrey Amon says, sir, why don't you grow your hair by undergoing
my
hair
God.
transplantation? Because I don't give a fuck about that.
Like, honestly, I'm so glad that he doesn't have hair plugs. Like, you found out.
Well, I mean, I don't know what to say about that, Isaiah. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what to say about
That's
that.
like messed up. I mean, she should have told you.
Every day I write the book is a good song for sure. Every day, every day, every day, every day I write the book. I also like watching The Detectives.
Yeah, watching the detectives.
Something like that. And then, you know,
She's
watching the detectives.
Oh, she's so cute.
Yeah, you're watching the detectives. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, Isaiah Rude. You know, I I don't have any particular advice for you or anything. And she's a horrible person, Cosmo, from what I could tell. So probably it's that reason why. Because she's a horrible person. My professor. No, I mean I'm a professor of life, okay? I teach the class called Life 101, How to Live the Eric Way. And you here, Jaffred, are here to learn how to live. It's not easy to live perfectly or as close as you can, you know. That's why I teach this class, How to Live Better by Eric.
Okay, so I was just thinking, if there's reincarnation, and both Jesus and Hitler were INFJs, and Hitler and Jesus are basically the complete opposites of each other, did Hitler reincarnate from Jesus's life?
I don't know, maybe. I don't think you can have both Jesus and reincarnation. Like you pick one or the other. Am I smoking weed or crack? Well, I'm definitely not smoking crack. That's not how you smoke crack. What career path would you try if you could just get all the knowledge for it and get a job immediately? YouTuber?
That's a great answer. No, it doesn't. I smoke too, but I smoke from a vape because I tend to cough a lot when I take bong rips. I have baby lungs.
My baby lungs, my baby lungs. All right, so I'm gonna go outside. Philosopher, is philosopher a career path? I make 7 figures a year as a philosopher because there's such a high demand for it.
I want to make that Jesus Hitler reincarnation into a mango.
If Hitler was Jesus but reincarnate. I want a career path though that pays like, $1 million a year.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Do you have to be related to someone who has money now?
No, I would like for Eric's random talking about things. Like if I could go on a speaking tour and attract audience of 10,000 people a night to listen to me talk about random things and pay ticket prices to get in, I could make $1 million doing that. I don't really want to travel around all that much.
No, they come to you.
Well, that's what we have currently going on. Is they come to me here on the YouTube channel.
Then sometimes you can go on tour.
Go on tour occasionally, yeah.
You have to, cause like, that's how you get money.
I mean, here's the thing: if it were profitable enough, I think you and I would be fine going on tour. We'd hire somebody to stay here, house sit, manage the property, or whatever, and we'd just go on tour, and I'd be fine. Then I'd get up on stage and I'd start talking about whatever, and then people would ask me different questions. They'd say, "You," they ask some dumbass question, and I'd be like, "That's dumb. That's not even a question. You're just talking out of your ass." And then everyone would get all mad at me. And they'd be like, "We want our money back."
I'd be laughing from the side.
"We want our money back." They'll all start chanting that. And I'll say, "No, you don't get your money back. I came here to speak to you. You need to listen." I'd be like a Tony Robbins that no one likes. I go there and try to be reasonable. People say dumbass shit, and then I yell at them. That's the planned course of events for this evening's lecture. I'll explain things reasonably, and some of you say some dumbass shit, and I will yell at you.
You'd definitely have viewership for sure. Elaine was saying how she likes when you rant. I was like explaining how. I was thinking how like that's like the 8 in you, but also the correctness of the ENTP.
Yeah, well, it's like also the SI component. I've invested quite a bit of time and energy into having the right positions on things, explaining things correctly, not being wrong, understanding how to, not just what the correct position is, but more importantly, how to evaluate certain things to determine their correctness. And so everybody else, they also have their opinions and positions on things, just like I do. Oh shit, I forgot about the garbage.
Oh shit.
Well, we only have like 2 trash cans full, it's fine.
Sorry, dude.
Don't say sorry to him. He's happy he didn't have to pick up our trash, you know?
Probably.
Well, sure, it's one less trash he has to pick up. Unless, what's he doing?
Is he like giving us time to do this?
I don't know. You want me to bring trash up? Alright, nice, thanks. That's super cool, man. This one is- I got 2 trash.
Be careful. Thank you.
So, number 1 thing is boo Eric for forgetting. But number 2 thing is hooray Garbage Man for being so cool.
Yeah.
He stopped, he saw us, backed up and everything. That's really cool of him.
That was really cool. People in Mariposa are cool.
Yeah, Mariposa is the best. Anyway, so even though I forgot, we were able to get the trash taken away.
Yeah.
Almost all of it. I have 1 little bag in the 3rd can and nothing in the 4th can. So now we have basically all empty trash cans.
Nice job.
Thanks, nice job, garbage guy.
Yeah.
Speaking of garbage cans, it's another thing we need to get for that house is kitchen-sized trash cans, a couple of those, and should probably get 1 of those size trash cans as well. And whenever we put it over there, we'll put it with one of those big black contractor bags in it. My hope being that, people who stay there for, say, 1 night or maybe 2 nights, they just fill the kitchen trash, and that big trash can won't get filled up except by people who stay there for at least 4 or 5 days or something, and then put a new contractor's bag in. So I don't want to burn through 1 billion contractor's bags,
I don't either.
Yeah. Those sort of things, sort of TE-ish kind of shit that I think about these days. How many contractors' bags will I go through if I apply this plan? This is the kind of thing I think about.
Here's the water tower out in the distance.
You can see it up on the hill there, yeah. You can zoom in on it.
Right there.
Here?
Yep.
It's now right in the middle of the picture, pretty much. That's the water tower. It provides us 1 form of liquid, namely water.
Thanks, Alexandre Abrelizid. We all love to live in America.
Look how many little bugs there are.
Yeah, we got a lot of face flies going on right now.
Yeah, it's definitely face fly season. It's crazy how the snow's not even melted yet and they're out in force.
I know.
Like, I don't care if it's snowy, it's March, we're here.
Mm-hmm. It's like, that's when we usually hatch. So we're going to hatch in March.
Well, so far they aren't actually bothering me. I just see them.
That's good.
They'll start
It'll only
bothering
really
me soon
bother
enough.
us when we're like,
It's not that cold. It was cold a few days ago when it rained. I mean, when it snowed, you know. But, or a couple days ago, whenever that was. But today it's not very cold. It's probably in the 50s. What do you think, 40s?
yeah, 50s.
Yeah, it's 51. It says on the computer. It's melting fast, you know. There are bears here, yes. Uh, we've seen one a couple times, and uh, I actually had, I'm pretty sure, a fairly close encounter, kind of a close space encounter with a bear one night. I was out on the deck over here, which the outside light over there is broken, so it was dark. I was smoking a cigarette. I heard all this rustling sound or whatever over on that side of the deck. I couldn't see, but I walked over there like, what is going on over here? And then I heard this like big shifting of weight, like on the hill, as I was walking over there, and I realized, oh shit, I think this is a bear. And I kind of like backpedaled into the garage. By the time I got a flashlight and went back out again, it was gone, but I could see this big depression in the grass on the hill where it had, when I had walked up, probably it shifted its weight back and smushed all the grass, you know? Love you, America from India. One day I will move there to Florida and live my retired life in a countryside house like you with my wife. Well, good luck, good idea. Good luck with that. I wish you well. Alexandre Ebralides. No, I don't hunt. I could conceivably. I have this idea in mind that I might hunt some Thanksgiving. We do have wild turkeys around here, and my idea is.
I have an idea for a poll.
Okay.
Should I spritz myself with youth dew? Yes or no?
Okay. I will. I will ask that question. I say, here's the deal. You're never going to moderate your drinking. You're crazy if you think you are. I understand why you don't have faith in that reality yet, because you just haven't been, you just haven't had a problem with alcohol for very long, but there's no way to stop drinking except to stop drinking. There's a lady below you on the short slide that has more concurrent viewers than a robe and says she's a 21st century cancer and that half the Illuminati sold their soul in one sentence.
Oh my god.
Well, I'm not surprised that she has more concurrent viewers than me. I only have 18 at the moment. Please start dancing. I don't really feel like dancing exactly at the moment, but I might dance for you a little bit later.
If you do it, I'll dance with you to think about things.
Well, we can't really have that on the.
Well, it'll face us.
We'll still hear it.
Oh yeah, we'll get the copyright.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's a problem we have. Excited and Paul says, what I learned from your life talk about some logical things, world situation, etc. Well, cool. And some people like to consume that kind of content, and a lot of people don't, you know. What I provide in terms of my analysis of stuff is a dispassionate and hopefully dialectic-minded words about it, you know. Which means I try to evaluate things on their merits, not have any particular desire for one side or the other to be correct or any position one way or the other to be affirmed or negated. And I try to, you know, use the skills I have developed over the years as a debate coach to best understand how to evaluate given arguments in which frame. Can you describe the strength of front stack TI regardless of first or fourth slot? Well, the strength of it is that it, I mean, the way it pays attention is largely regarding communication. So it's paying attention to words and understanding them for what they mean as conveyances of information rather than as expressions of self. That's the difference between a TI understanding of the world, and an FI or TE understanding of the world is when if I'm expressing this is so, meow, meow, meow. Let's say I'm getting annoyed because the person's not listening to me or whatever. I'm saying X is Y because meow. I'm getting annoyed. A person who's operating through a TEFI frame might usually will conclude, that I must be really attached to the idea of X, if X is Y because meow. When really what I'm attached to is the idea that my information conveyance can be evaluated as information conveyance, not as an expression of my personal preference, you know? That sentence is not even proper English yet. What sentence? Should Rachel spray youth dew onto herself? Yes or no? We will find out. Future is one of her best friends. I'm familiar with that name. Some kind of rapper, I believe.
Indeed, sir, indeed.
So no, I don't hunt, but I do have this notion of perhaps youth dew is this, okay, KE. It's this spray. It's a perfume. It's from Estee Lauder.
Yes.
Okay, and its duration of the smell is eternal. As long lasting a smell as you can possibly get in a perfume.
This is not just like me taking a chance of being like, ooh, I want to smell pretty. This is like me committing to a smell for the whole day until I shower.
Yeah, so keep that in mind.
Shall I pull up the notes of Youth Dew?
Sure. Rachel will now read you the notes of Youth Dew.
Youth Dew.
The notes of Youth Dew. Hi, Chain Matesh. I do remember you, yes. And I think after Rachel pulled up the notes of Youth Dew, I might just cook us some food.
I was thinking bagels.
Well, I'm thinking sausage fried rice.
Ooh, that sounds delish.
Yeah. So I'm going to teach you all how to make sausage fried rice in a little bit as well, of course, because that's what I do around here. I teach.
He does.
I teach how to cook. I teach how to go to the bathroom. I teach how to put on socks, all kinds of things. Okay, Rachel, what are the notes of Youth Dew?
Okay, top notes. Spices, aldehydes, narcissus, lavender, orange, peach, Coca-Cola, bergamot. Middle notes, spicy notes, cloves, cinnamon, rose, ylang ylang, jasmine, lily of the valley, cassia, and orchid. Base notes, incense, tulo balsam, Peru balsam, oak moss, patchouli, amber, vetiver, vanilla, and musk.
Well, Isaiah Rude, you need to concern yourself with that when you're not drunk.
Yeah.
There's no finding a sponsor while you're drunk.
does capture Coca-Cola somehow.
Yeah, Coca-Cola smell. Okay, so now that you know that, it is time for us, me, namely, professional teaching chef Eric, to teach you how to make fried sausage fried rice. Okay. Now, as you can guess by the name, sausage fried rice comprises two primary ingredients: sausage and fried rice. This may not surprise you, but then again, maybe it does. Here you see a wonderfully clean sink, thanks to my beautiful wife Rachel, who put all the dishes in the dishwasher earlier. What a wonderful job she did. Can we all celebrate her achievement? Let's all give her a round of applause. I see it's very clean and shiny and white. It looks great. So what I'm doing now is called washing my hands. This is something you want to do before you prepare sausage fried rice or frankly any other food. You're going to get your soup, you're going to squish it all around as per meow, and then you're going to rinse it off using a liquid called water. Ideally it comes out of your faucet. However, if you're extremely rustic, you may have to walk outside and draw it from the well. Next, you're going to dry your hands. And you're going to move this out of the way. You're going to put this over here on top of it. Like that. Now, next, you're going to turn on some lights. Lights are useful in helping you see what's going on. Now, the next step in making sausage fried rice is to begin cooking the rice. If you've never cooked rice before, then let me tell you, cooking rice is not for amateurs, all right? It's not easy to cook rice. It's hard to get it to come out exactly right because, kind of like typology, it requires some intuition. So I'm going to use this pot here for my rice. We're going to close that drawer there, and then we're going to get the rice out of the rice place. The rice place is over here. And these are what are called measuring cups. We use these to measure the amount of rice that we're going to put into this pot. Now, come over here and I will teach you the ways of rice cooking. What we see here is a cup. To make it a little easier on yourself, you could take these off of this ring. You might just want to leave them off of the ring forever because it doesn't help at all to have it on that. So you want to flatten your cup of rice so that it's flat on top like that. All right. Now, you're going to reseal your resealable package of rice. You can put these other size cups back in to this drawer. But you're still going to need the 1 cup size for a little bit longer. Let's return the rice to the rice place. nicely put away. That way we don't have to put it away later. Next, we're going to need to get 2 cups of water. Here's a pro tip. Here's a life hack that you can use for the rest of your life. It's going to make things better for you. It's going to make things better. It's going to bring a bright new day to your dreary life. Instead of carrying the water all the way over from the sink to there, instead, bring, oh yes, I acknowledge my ninja. Instead, bring the pot over here. That way, you're less likely to spill water. Here we have filled up 1 cup of water, as you can see. I'm going to pour that in here. Then, we're going to get a 2nd cup of water. And we're going to pour that in there. Like so. Turning off the water, you can now put this cup back in the cup place, which is in here. What we want to do before we start cooking it though, we want to break it up a little bit. I'm just going to use my finger, get any clumps unclumped. That clump right there needs unclumping. You can just, there, with your finger, just make it so it looks like this. And this pot of rice, what you see is all the rice is covered with water. There's no rice floating. And the rice is evenly distributed along the bottom. You can kind of meow it like that too well, I did a poor job of messing it up there, didn't I? Alright, that's pretty good. So what we're going to do now is we're going to move it over here to this burner. This is the burner. No, not that. This burner has the highest flame of all the burners on the stove. Why I want to use that one? Because the first thing we're going to do, you want to put this right in the middle so that it heats evenly on all parts of the meal. There. Perfect, okay? Now we're going to let this come to a hard boil. Alright? This is kind of a big pot that also distributes heat very, like, fancily, I guess. So it's kind of hard to get the whole thing as a hard boil. But that's what we need to do. While that is doing that thing, that it's doing, while that's doing its thing, we are going to acquire from the freezer ingredient number 2 for sausage fried rice, namely sausage. To cook sausage, we could use a pan, but I'm only planning on putting 1 sausage in here. I think otherwise it'll be 2 sausages. So I'm just going to use this little pot, which I think should be fine for just 1 sausage. So what I'm going to do is break it like that off of the sausages. Okay?
It worked.
Yes. And then got to get this yellow part off. And the yellow part's going to go in the trash. That can go in there. But we'll put the yellow part in the trash. Like this. You can't see the trash, that's fine. And I'll put this back in the freezer as per meow. Alright, making some good progress here. We can turn this on. You can just put that on high. Well, what I'm going to do here with this sausage, I'm just going to cook it like that. I'm going to put a little bit of water in it. And let it kind of steam a bit steam defrost a bit, you know. And while that's doing that, and as you see, the rice is still coming to a boil. It's not at a boil yet. Certainly not at a hard boil yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to look here in the fridge. Okay, sorry about that. I had to take that call. It was about the septic tank, and I've had that phone call now, and here we go. Obviously, we're down to one person, so everybody left when it happened. Well, so it goes. Anyway.
I wonder if Trouble has opposite Napoleon complex. Like, he thinks he's smaller than he is.
I don't know.
I'm like looking at him on this table right now. Like, the mat is, he wants to be up on the mat, and he thinks that the mat is like his size, but he's like spilling over it. It's so cute.
Yeah. Okay, this is boiling enough, I think. So now we're going to turn this down as low as possible. Not as low as possible, but to the right amount of lowness. I think that's about right. Now we're going to put the timer on for 20 minutes. So, if you were scared away recently by the phone call I took in my sudden unexplained absence, well, don't worry, I was waiting for that phone call. I had to take that phone call, but I'm still here. I'm still cooking, and I'm making progress. This sausage here is still mostly frozen, but it's starting to steam its way to a defrosty goodness. And then what we're going to do is look in the fridge for yet another additional exciting ingredient that we might be able to use. I don't know if we have one, but I'm going to check, right? Yes, we do. We have this, which is called an onion. So we're going to add a little onion to the sausage.
Ooh la la.
And I think that we're all going to enjoy that. Because I'm adding a little onion, I'm also going to add a little butter. Not much, just a little to make it a buttery delight, right? So, in order to do all of this, what I'm going to need to do first is get a cutting surface to cut on. I don't want to clean the counter at the moment. So, I'm just going to use this cutting board here to cut onion on.
That was a gift from my mom.
Good job, your mom. Alright, let's bring you over here so you can see I can continue to teach you the secret art of making sausage fried rice. This is an onion. Now let's get a knife. The kind of knife I want to get. The kind of knife that should make things fairly easy. This kind of knife. It's big, it's a fig, it's not afraid to smoke cigs. To cut an onion, we're not going to use this whole onion. We're just going to cut off, therefore, one top of it. We don't need to cut off both tops because we're not going to use the whole onion. I'm going to put the trash in here. This will go in the trash in a little while.
Sometimes your eyes cry because of onions. So if you have some sort of glasses, you could use those, or sunglasses. And it'll keep the vapors from going into your eyes.
Or you could just man up and rub some onion in your eyes.
Oh my god! That would burn so much. That's a way to that's a jutsu.
Yeah, well then once you do that, then you'll be like, oh, regular onion cutting doesn't hurt so much. Alright, as you see, we've used up all the water in our thing. We're going to put a little more water until we're ready with the butter and onions. Okay, we got that cooking with a little bit more water. We've got some onion here to chop. We're going to chop this into very small pieces. First we'll chop it this way. And then we'll turn it around and chop it this way. And we'll just chop it some more to get it into all very small pieces.
I'm thinking of a kid like biting into an onion, and I feel that way sometimes.
You feel in life like you're biting into an onion.
Like I want to.
Oh, you want to bite into it.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, because I like the taste of onion.
I do too. They're nice and crunchy as well. Okay, now that we've got the onion diced properly, if you want to know how much dicing to do, try to get it as close to McDonald's level of dicing as possible. That's extremely diced, right?
Yeah, it is.
I'm not going to get it that diced because I'm not that good at dicing like McDonald's is. But I get it pretty well diced there. Alright, now I'm going to just go ahead and add this into here. This is going to provide a lot of moisture.
Yeah, well.
But because now that we're running out of water in the bottom, not such a big deal. But we want to add additionally a little butter to help brown those onions. And you know, I may even end up adding a little bit more water so that the whole thing can continue to steam on high heat. Because what we're going to end up doing is taking this sausage out of here and chopping it up into small pieces like we did the onion before we put it in the fried rice. So we've got a little butter going on in here, we've got some onions, we've got sausage. We'll just let that go for a second, then mess with it a bit more. I don't want to burn those onions. So we're going to take this butter, put it back. This goes in the trash, and then we can wrap up the onion and put that back as well. If you're following along at home, hopefully I'm not going too fast for you. What? Nobody's cooking the same thing while I'm cooking it, following along at home? Well, that's what you're supposed to do, okay? You're not doing what you're supposed to do. Okay, now we're going to move this around so that it doesn't burn at all. We're going to maybe turn this sausage over a little bit. And in order to make sure this sausage cooks properly, we're going to make some cuts into it now that it's defrosted. And cut it right in half in the middle like that. And I'll just turn it over so that the raw part there gets cooked. I'm also going to make some lateral cuts here like this. Not necessarily all the way through, but just to improve the cookingness of it. Cookedness, I guess I should say. The cookedness of it. There. So now, we've got that sausage very much on its way to doneness. And you can really smell the sausage doing its thing now. Who says that?
Unusual danger 90.
Oh, I think she is a wise person, is what I think. I'm gonna put a sprinkle of garlic powder in here. Of course, we're gonna need to get. I should have thought about this when I was cooking this. I should have just gotten the big pan after begin with. We're gonna need the big pan to fry the rice. So I've unnecessarily dirtied this pan. All right. This is making good progress. And of course, the main flavor profile in this fried rice is not going to be garlic and butter and onions and other European stuff like that. So, our next order of business is going to be to introduce the flavors of the Orient. That's right. We're going to introduce some of the flavors of the Orient. Cooking this sausage up. The onions are browning up nicely. We're stirring a lot. We're preventing the onions from getting burned. We're pre-chopping the sausage as well. We've got 9 minutes left on the rice. So, my mind, that means it's about time to start doing business with the other pan. I'll just wash this pan so it'll be like I never made that mistake. Where is the other pan? Here it is. This big pan is the pan we're going to need for fried rice.
Where was it?
It was just right there. I just didn't see it last time immediately, so I just grabbed another thing.
I didn't see it at all.
So what we're going to do here first is we're going to take this sausage out of here, which is, as you see, still all together. We're going to put it on the cutting board here. And we're going to make it as small as we can, small pieces. So we're just going to chop, 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 chop.
You're back to 23 people.
Oh, cool. And then we'll chop it this way as well to make it extra small. If you see any big pieces, just go personally visit them and chop them. But you have nice small pieces of sausage, it can easily distribute evenly in fried rice. And just chop, 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 chop. We're going to chippity chop and choppity chip until all of our sausage is nice and chopped.
Thank you for your SISE.
Sure, darling. Okay, well, looking good. Next, we're going to, this onion I need to put away. Rachel, would you be allowed to get me a sandwich bag from over there?
Sure. Just one?
Yeah, for the onion.
Okay.
So this now, this sausage is going to go in here. As per meow. And then these onions are also going to go in here. And yes, obviously I should never have even used this small pot. I should have just done the whole thing in a big pan in the first place. So you are correct if that's what you're thinking. Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
You're a wonderful angel of light.
Thanks, I think you're a wonderful angel of light too, except you're a cherub.
Amateur. Put this onion back in the fridge. Okay. Now, something else we need to get from the fridge that I mentioned before. The flavors of the Orient. Here they are. And as you'll note, we didn't settle for the regular soy sauce. We got premium soy sauce.
For a reduced price.
Yeah. When you can get the premium soy sauce at a reduced price, you should definitely do that every time.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to soak up this pot real quick. Give it a once over with the sponge. Rinse her out. Soak her up again. Rinse her out again. Rinse the sink since I just cleaned it. Put the meow down here and the meow. And we got 5 minutes left on the rice. Let's get started with this a little bit. We're going to put a little soy sauce on this to season it. Then we're going to turn on the fire. Like so. We're going to just start stir frying this a little bit while the rice is, just to get it warmed up and get the soy sauce cooked into this part a little bit so that it has some of that soy flavor cooked into it before the rice comes in here.
It's making me purse my lips.
Okay. So these tongs are not the best stirrers at this point. They were when the sausage was a full sausage still. I hadn't chopped it up, but now they're not really ideal stirrers. So I'm gonna just wash these real quick. Try not to leave a mess. And I'm gonna put a little soap on it. Like that. And then I'm just going to give it the old rinse-a-roo. As per yeah. And then these go right here. Pull this up and it'll stay closed. Alright. Proper stir for this occasion is not going to be tongs, but rather a wooden spoon. So we've got a wooden spoon out now. We've got the sausage and the onions cooking up nicely, heating up nicely. We've got the soy sauce cooking into the sausage and the onions. Remembering, of course, we also have a wee bit of garlic powder in this concoction here.
Smells like the Orient.
Smells like what?
The Orient.
Yeah, it smells like the Orient. The exotic land of China. Or Japan. I'm not sure where fried rice comes from. Alright. Now we're going to let that just chill for a second. Because this rice has 2 more minutes. And then after the rice is done, we got to let it sit for 5 minutes before we start frying it up. Otherwise, it might still be too wet when you fry it. You don't want it to be too wet. So, essentially, we have a short hiatus here. I think what I'm going to ask Rachel to do is to stand here with you for a minute, for 2 minutes. And as soon as that rings, just turn off this burner right here.
Sure.
And then I'm going to go pee while she does that.
He's done cooking. He's going to the bathroom. I just have to turn off the burner when 1 minute is over. Thanks, Boba Fett. I'm glad that you could taste it from here, Unusual Danger 90. He's not cooking meth. He is cooking. He's in the bathroom right now. Ja. I'm so glad you do, Boba Fett. I love a random sausage fry up. I'm the same Rachel as Rachel Strauss in the chat, but happy birthday, uh, Maricela Vejo. Ladies should cook. I think it's good for guys to cook too. Hey, Big Lick 007. I
Thank
did
you,
my
darling.
job. You're welcome.
Now what we're going to do over here is put this timer on for 5 minutes. The rice needs to continue to sit there for 5 minutes. I went to the bathroom, but I have not washed my hands yet. But the reason is because between going to the bathroom and frying the rice, I'm going to go have a health tube.
I'm gonna join you.
So I'm going to need to wash my hands after my health tube anyway, so I might as well just delay washing them until after I smoke the health tube. I'm sorry. Utilize the health tube for its health benefits, is what I should say. Fried rice is an excellent. If you feel like, okay, I'm willing to cook, but I don't want to cook something that's a huge hassle to cook. Fried rice is pretty straightforward, pretty easy to cook, you know. Yeah, you got to make rice, but the nice thing about sausage fried rice is it turns fried rice from a side dish into a main dish. When you have sausage fried rice, Rachel and I can split that and it'll be a full meal for both of us. But if it had no sausage in it, then it's like just a bunch of rice.
Sometimes that happens. If it were the fact that we didn't have sausage, I would still eat.
Oh yeah, it's great, but it's more of a side dish and less
Yeah.
of a meal. You
Yeah.
know? It's one of the things that we don't really have eggs because we almost never use them.
No, we don't. We always have like the hopes that we're gonna use them, and we don't.
Right. But that's one thing that is definitely good in fried rice.
Mm-hmm.
Is egg.
Scrambled egg.
Yeah, you like. I mean, I'm a believer in scrambling up the egg, kind of a little bit separate from the rice and putting it in. But like
I separate it.
well, the way Chinese or Japanese or Asian cooks do it is they'll scoop a hole in the middle of the fried rice, crack the egg into that so that it's landing on the pan, right? They'll make a hole for it, drop it in like that, and then kind of stir it around right there until it becomes like scrambled eggs, and then it mix it in with the fried rice.
I can visualize it. I've seen that done at Benihana.
Yeah, but I'm not a huge egg fan, but egg and fried rice goes great.
It does.
Goes great together. Of course, if we were actual Asians, we wouldn't cook our rice in a pot like that. We'd have a rice cooker.
Yeah, we would.
People who eat rice all the time, because in Asia, I think they have rice at pretty much every meal.
I think you're right.
It's kind of like some kind of bread around here. I mean, we don't have bread at every meal, that's for sure. But there are breakfast breads. There are lunch bread. Lunch usages of bread. Then we have like dinner rolls. There's kind of established breads for every meal.
Yeah.
Even though people don't necessarily eat those. But in Asia, it's like their bread is rice.
Your bread is rice.
Because unlike the West, they never invented wheat.
They never invented wheat.
No, they invented rice.
So they had like rice paddies so they could be by the water.
They had rice patties so they could make rice patties.
They did.
Oh, that's not. They made all kinds of stuff out of rice. They make sake out of rice, Certain Japanese beers.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Certain Japanese beers, the grain in them is rice.
We had my mom on special occasions would make cornbread, but very rarely did we have bread with our dinner.
Cornbread's gross. You have to have so much butter on it to make it even edible.
I know.
It's like, let's make the driest, most mouth sucking food ever.
It gets stuck in your teeth too.
Yeah. I mean, it's delicious when it's hot cornbread
and buttered.
Shit tons of butter on it. But,
Yeah.
It really is very mealy.
It is mealy. But I would butter it up and enjoy it so much because we never had bread, ever with our meals. That would have been a nice addition to our meals, but, my mom was health conscious, so.
In the future, everyone's cornbread will be made out of mealworms.
Oh, no!
Yeah.
No!
They'll become the new corn.
So what happens when you ingest mealworms?
I apparently you could eat them,
Really?
Yeah, lots of things eat mealworms. When we had that blue jay in Arcadia as a pet when I was a kid, the one that my mom raised, and it lived outside in the trees and flew down. It would come down and eat mealworms from us. Lots of things like mealworms. Humans can eat them just fine too, but we just think it's gross. So we don't. That's basically the reason. Although, some things that are obviously insanely gross, people do eat. Like that cheese that has little worms in it.
I've never heard of that.
It's this kind of cheese where they purposely introduce some kind of little maggots into it of a certain kind of maggot that eats the cheese and digests it back out, and it's supposedly extra delicious, but you can only eat it while the maggots are still alive. That's how you know it's fresh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, crazy, huh? People do crazy ass shit. They eat weird things. We had fish eggs,
That's true, we did.
We had trout roe, and we had caviar that night at that restaurant.
Oh my god, that was so delicious.
And it was frankly delicious.
Yeah, that was delicious. That chef knew.
You wouldn't think, I know what would make this potato salad better. Some trout eggs. You wouldn't think that.
No.
But in fact, that's what it was on top of, and it was delicious.
Mm-hmm. And we like the halibut more than the
steak even.
Yeah.
Yeah, the halibut was absolutely spectacular.
Yeah.
Best fish I've ever had.
It tasted like butter.
I mean, it had a very rich butter sauce on it.
That's true.
But it's excellent high quality halibut,
Yeah.
I mean, the meat was super high quality too. It's just
It was. It was delicious also.
It was less surprising. It's less difficult to make ribeye delicious than it is to make halibut delicious.
That's true.
All right, now let's finish making the sausage fried rice. We've talked about some weird foods. Let's get back to the land of normal foods, where people eat fried rice instead of fish eggs and other weird stuff. And maggoty cheese. Okay, so we've taken the lid off of this.
Go ahead. Go.
And it seems to come out fine. You know, it's one of those things where get it to a hard boil, then put it down on low. Well, what exactly is a hard boil? How low is low? These kind of questions make rice tricky, right? Because you're not going to necessarily turn the flame down exactly the same every time. You're not going to wait for the exact amount of time every time that it comes to a boil. So it'll be a little tricky. That's why it's a good idea to let it sit for a while after it's done, because like this one, this rice is on the underdone side, but it's fine, it'll be perfect, but it's you know, it doesn't have that little burned layer on the bottom. That somewhat has to do with this pot, which is a very high quality pot. But as you see, it's sticky but not wet, and you can still break it into individual rices, you know.
That's good rice doing.
Yeah, this rice came out good. I'm pleased with it.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I usually am pretty pleased with how the rice comes out. Even though I worry about it every time, it seems to come out fine. So I'll just get the rest of the rices up with this. And then what we're going to do, before we do anything else, put this in the sink. Yes, it's a little hot, but not that hot. And we'll fill it with water. I'll put a little soap in here. This will cause the rice stuck on the bottom to come loose while we're frying up this rice over here. So I'm going to move this pan down to the hottest burner, which is this one. And we're going to put some soy sauce on this. Now, it's possible, though difficult, to over soy sauce the rice here. So I like to try to err on the side of under soy saucing it, and then we can add more soy sauce when it's done. Because if you over soy sauce it, there's nothing you can do. There's no getting it to be less soy sauce at that point.
That's good to eat. My mom always says that. She always like, it's better to use less of meow 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 because it's easy to overdo it, but you can always add on if you like later.
Yeah. And the thing is here, we've also cooked the onions and the sausage in soy sauce, so there's a little extra soy sauce there.
Yeah.
What you're gonna look for, well, I mean, your first goal in the frying process is to get an even beige throughout all the rice so that you don't really have any pieces of rice that are still white. You want to break up the clumps and clumps you see, and break those up. And you're going to just flip it around, stir it all around, try to get the soy sauce on everything. Try to get all the goo from the meat and the onions all evenly distributed. And then, after that, and this is, you know, okay for the moment, you want to try to start drying everything out. Because right now everything's still very wet. You want to get some browning on the rice, sure, but mostly you want to just dry everything out. You may find it useful to employ a second spoon so you can do this, you know. I can see it's starting to fry up a little bit. See an occasional bit of fry mark here or there. And this is definitely a little under soy sauce, but like I said, that's okay. You add soy sauce at the end. I might sprinkle another dab or two here while it's in the cooking process, because I can see clearly enough that it's under soft. Alright, so we're going to get all that off of there, like now. And we're going to give it the old shaky, 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 shake. Kind of spread it around evenly like that, you know. And we just kind of let it sit for a second, cooking on that side. As we continue in Operation Dry Out the Rice. By drying out the rice, we ensure that our fried rice is not just regular rice that's touched the pan briefly, right? You want to give it a good fry. You want to see some golden brown crispiness to it, but not too much, you know. You've got to manage a variety of different, sometimes competing vectors. You don't want the rice too dry, then it's like eating cornbread. But, you know, having a little bit of butter in this, plus the grease from the sausage, means that it can take a little bit more of a fry, maybe, than it otherwise would. It's going to retain more moisture from the fats, you know. We are getting there. However, I do think I want to waft just another misting of soy sauce onto this. I don't feel I'm really at any risk currently of over saucing. Okay. There. That should be a little closer to what we're looking for in terms of net saucing, while still giving us some cushion to add sauce on our own to complete the amount of soy sauciness that we want. As you see, we're really frying it nicely here, but we're getting there. We're getting pretty close. We're not quite there yet. Okay. Let that fry on that side a bit. You can hear it sizzling. That's the sound of fairly dried out rice sizzling. So we're getting very close.
TikTok mofo asks, low sodium?
This is regular sodium. This is regular sodium soy sauce. Yeah, I have been seeing we're getting very close. I just don't want to rush it, so I think it needs a minute to see more here. All right. There we go. We're getting very close.
Meow.
Meow. All right.
Oh,
There we
like
go.
to be petted.
So, I declare this fried rice is now done. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get me and Rachel a bowl each, and I'm going to scoop some into a bowl. So,
Kind of look like rice bowls.
right? Just put that there. 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 Okay.
Just getting.
Can you carry this as well?
Sure.
I'll carry the two bowls in the camera.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn off a few lights here before we leave this room and attempt to save electricity. Really, it's an attempt to save money. The saving of electricity is just the instrumental value there. I see the computer went off. Well, that's not surprising. Okay, got my beverage here. Rachel's got her meow. I've got my meow. We're going to turn on this TV. Yes, this does have onions in it. It has garlic powder, but not actual garlic. I should have put some actual garlic in it. I forgot we have that already chopped up garlic.
It's delicious.
Well, fortunately, Padawan Range Bender, there's no semen in this food. All right, here we go. Let's try it.
It's somebody delicious.
It is really good. I'm not actually even sure it needs any more soy sauce, but probably with a dab more.
I'm going to copy you. And I'm not sure it needs it either, but I just like soy sauce.
Me too. Do you have trouble with a piece of sausage? Here you go, Bubs. Here you go. Here. He does want one. You're right, Boba Fett. When am I adopting you? We're not adopting you. In Afghanistan, it's 3 a.m. and you made me hungry, and now I can't cook anything because it may cause a disturbance. Wow. I'm glad I made this. This is delicious. It's hot. It's delicious
It is
tasting.
hot, delicious.
It's also well fried.
It is.
You know, it's the right amount of dryness. Mm. That's the other thing about fried rice. You gotta eat it right away. You were a good cook, but you were doing a lot of lives. That's true. I live stream all the time. I'm not really a good cook. I know how to cook a few things, you know. I'm not a bad cook.
You are a good cook.
It's not rice pilaf, it's fried rice, sausage fried rice.
Sausage fried rice.
Sausage, onion, fried rice. There's a war in my country and they don't enlist the gays. You reckon I should just become gay or try out my luck in Syria instead? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what to do about your problems that I have no linkage to whatsoever. Hmm. Well, I feel like now I'm burning with the energy of a million suns. Well, I agree. That next time I'll use that chopped fresh garlic. And it is a good idea to put an egg in there, but our problem is if we get eggs, we're pretty much guaranteed to throw away 10 of the dozen eggs.
Facts.
That's a crazy notion. Boba Fett says there is no war in Turkey. There's Syria and the eastern provinces as PKK terrorist attacks to MIL camps and patrol units. Well, yeah, that whole area over there is all a mess. I'll tell you what's not a mess right now is my SI. Yes, Jeremiah Fix. I now have the energy of a million suns. Maybe even a million billion suns.
Wow.
That means just by radiating my energy, I can provide enough energy for an entire planet's worth of life. Now, look, I'm not defending U.S. policy, okay? Do not get me wrong. I am not defending U.S. policy. I acknowledge that all this mess in the Middle East didn't just happen entirely on its own, okay? I'll agree with you there. I
You
I
don't want
don't
this.
support.
This is like it's a drink. Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't oppose the U.S. selling weapons to people who want to buy them, but by and large, I strongly oppose U.S. interventionism in the world, with a couple of core exceptions. What suppresses NE? I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? What suppresses it? Do you mean what opposes it? And kind of like the alternative to NE is SE, right? Um, I mean, TE causes NE to render as things that might go wrong, at least in ESTJs. ESTJs, you got third slot NE with dominant TE. Third slot NE in an ESTJ plays out as, where do I want to go on vacation? And what could go wrong with my plans? In ENTJs, it works a little differently than that, but it's harder for me to describe that. I don't have a lot of personal experience with ENTJs. Nobody really does because they're always busy doing shit.
I have two cousins that are ENTJs.
Yeah. How many marathons have they run between them? Probably like 6. How many times have they climbed Mount Everest?
Well, the one, Caroline, she's like always active and doing like things. She dances, plus she does stuff for her dance groups. Um,
Um, well, you're my fix. I think it's silly to conclude that American foreign policy does meow for some specific reason. That implies that there's some secret mastermind making these decisions and stuff. It may be the case with the Iraqi invasion, because 9/11 was certainly an inside job, but by and large, no, things are complicated. You know, foreign policies emerge from political compromises that often lose sight of any particular desired outcome in the process of making everybody happy enough for it to pass, you know? Hi, Godfrey. I just said I had the energy of a million billion suns, Jeremiah Fix, not the mass or density. Well, I know that they are, but even the CIA is not monolithic in its understanding of things. You have different groups of people exercising power from different angles with different jurisdictional justifications, and sometimes group meow garners sufficient sway in the decision of things that it plays out like meow, sometimes like meow. 9/11 was done by Saudi to support Pakistani terrorists. I mean, there was definitely U.S. inside involvement because otherwise Building 7 would have fallen down. I don't think Trump's going to be any kind of panacea here. But, you know, I'll just stay in my lane here, hope for the best. You know what I might do pretty soon? And I could even take you along with me, and you could feel really included. No, not my energy Jeremiah effects, okay? Because I have a black hole that where I keep most of my mass and density. Okay, it's right behind me. That's why I'm able to have all that energy without all that mass and density. What the hell is Youth Do? This, Chanel, is Youth Do. Estee Lauder's Youth Do. It's a perfume that I bought for Rachel because I thought it had a funny name.
Yeah.
Let's see how the poll is saying. Okay, we're going to end the poll with 64 votes. It's been going an hour. The answer is yes. We're going to watch Rachel spray some Youth Do now.
I'm going to smell like this eternally.
Yeah, and what I didn't know until recently is that perfumes have different lengths of smell duration. Did other people know this? Rachel told me. I did not know this until Rachel told me. Different perfumes have different levels of smell duration, ranging from, I guess, just lasts a little, like 15 minutes or something.
So it goes by longevity. Hold on, I'll get.
She'll look it up.
Yeah.
Well, there are good things and bad things about film. Okay. Good things and bad things. Go ahead.
Very weak, moderate, long-lasting, eternal.
Very weak, moderate, long-lasting, and eternal. Very weak, you're only going to smell like it for at most like half an hour, probably. Weak, maybe an hour. Moderate, like maybe 4 hours or something. Long-lasting, like probably like 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Eternal until you wash it off.
Yep.
This Youth Do is eternal.
I've never ever researched a perfume that was eternal.
Yeah. So, the thing is, of course, I don't necessarily even love the smell of Youth Do. It's fine, I guess, but the only reason I got it for her was because I thought the name was funny. Youth Do.
Didn't we look it up? Wasn't there like
I said, what are some old-fashioned perfumes?
Yes.
From a long time ago.
Yes. And
that was on the list of one of those. I thought it was hilarious.
Yes.
Name. Brad Stover, my name is Eric. Nick is close, but it's Eric. CK Eternity is a classic.
Oh my gosh.
Chanel puts pine essential oil on his wrists.
I've been buying cruelty-free and vegan. They call them cheapies. Some of them aren't like that cheap. That they last longer. They're more like a moderate. But some Le Monde Gourmand, some that are like $25 last like pretty long too. It depends on the notes a lot of times. And clean perfumes are known to last like moderately. You said like 4 hours. So.
Well, Brad Stover, don't feel bad at all, because if your name weren't written right there, I would assuredly forget it. Anus is Boba Fett's favorite perfume, and it combines the sense of two different kinds of anuses.
No, hugging someone who's drowned in perfume is not fun. Like, this reminds me of kind of like that kind of perfume. I prefer ones that are moderate longevity. Well, I would like it to be long lasting, but I'm okay with moderate. And I prefer the ciliage to be intimate or moderate.
Well, Legends Fall says he bought some Adventist Creed cologne. Even if you try to wash it off, you still smell like it for days.
Oh, wow. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah. I do put on occasionally a little Dracar Noir, which I like the smell of.
Oh, interesting. Adventist Creed is main accords fruity, sweet, leather, woody, smoky, tropical, musky, fresh, citrus, mossy.
Those are exactly the same adjectives I used to describe Legends Fall. Fruity, sweet, leathery, all those other things. Most colognes and
Hey.
perfumes smell like teriyaki diaper.
So
Teriyaki diaper. Huh?
teriyaki diaper. The longevity for Aventus Creed is long lasting.
It's not eternal.
It's not eternal, but it is long lasting.
So what that tells you, Ladies Fall, is that youth do last even longer than your cologne.
Yeah, it does.
That is my wife. Okay, she's 39. As I said before, Rachel should perhaps get a shirt that says "Wife, not daughter."
Yeah, I really should. I really should. Maybe a hoodie too.
According to Big Dog Mofo, Aventus Creed is the top cologne according to that YouTube cologne guy.
Oh, interesting.
Car Guru says, well, the Giorgio Armani U is one of my faves.
I'm gonna look that one up too.
I've never smelled that one, Car Guru. I don't wear a lot of smells myself. Rachel's into perfumes, so her enthusiasm with it makes me kind of interested in it. But I got some English leather because that's what my dad always used as a cologne when I was a kid, and I thought I have a lot of SI linkages to that smell. Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, so I can't find. Is it Stronger with You?
No, Giorgio Armani.
I can't find it.
Oh, well, Car Guru, she can't find it. That means it doesn't exist.
It might be new, like very new.
Padawan Rangebender says, a guy I know broke a bottle in his jockey bag and ruined his cologne because it reminded him of sweaty hockey equipment from that day on.
Interesting.
Brad Stover's personal fave is Versace. And,
Versace what? I'll look that up too.
And Sean Out recommends Antonio Banderas Blue Seduction.
Okay, I'll look that up too. I don't mean to laugh at it. Youth do is something to laugh at. Antonio.
Moto says, hey, Auntie, and hey, man, how are you? I am fine, Moto. I am
Blue
fine.
Seduction. It's got a nice bottle. I like the bottle a lot. Aromatic, fruity, marine, aquatic, fresh, spicy, green, ozonic, fresh, citrus, salty.
Hero Lamb asks if I believe in pheromones for attraction. Well, I do believe that some people smell good to you and some people don't smell that good to you. And it's not necessarily because some people smell worse or better. It's just that there must be some sort of chemical smell compatibility you have with those people. Like Rachel smells good to me.
You smell good to me.
I like the way she smells. And even when, if she has let's say that she's not showered or whatever in a couple days and she's got a little bit of extra Rachel smell on her. It doesn't bother me at all. I like it. It's pleasant.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I feel the same way towards you. Like every time you like smell your picture, you're like, oh, so smelly. Like I don't smell it.
Yeah, well, I don't hate my own pit smell, but I recognize that it's a very acrid, sour smell that nobody could objectively like.
I literally like don't when you do it, like I'm used to like heavy scents being like in the air. Like when you lift up your arm, I don't smell it.
You know, I rarely, Blue Elvis, do I scrunch over that much to smell my own balls.
So Blue Seduction is moderate longevity and moderate silage. Let's see, Eros.
Padawan Rangebender
Versace.
has a pair of sunglasses that he's possessed for 20 years. That makes you the least likely to lose sunglasses person ever. Who is able to maintain a pair of sunglasses for 20 years without losing them? I can barely go 2 weeks without losing them.
So Eros Versace, that is true. Eros Versace Main accords are vanilla, aromatic, green, fresh, spicy, amber, fruity, citrus, sweet, woody, and fresh. It's
fresh.
Let's see. Its longevity is long lasting, and its ciliage is moderate to strong.
What is ciliage again? How silly
Like how
is?
it like
Oh, how much it wafts away from you?
it projects. They
Okay.
say. Yeah.
Well, I see. Okay. Cool.
So Jakar, I'm gonna see how.
Well, Sean L, that's not pheromones. That's you not putting on deodorant, probably. Sometimes I also don't put on deodorant, and that's when I go, okay, I'm gonna have to put on some deodorant here because I'm starting to stink.
Yeah, that's what you say. You stink. Jacquard Noir by Guy Laroche. Main accords: aromatic, woody, fresh, spicy, citrus, lavender, earthy, green, and mossy.
Mossy. I like to smell like moss. Andrea, hello. Or is it Andrea? It could be either one. It could be Andrea or it could be Andrea. Or it could be Andrea, or Andrea.
Yeah.
I don't think it can be Andrea.
No.
Or maybe it could.
You could, possibly Andrea.
Sensual Boy by Klaus. Oh, is that a perfume? Sensual Boy. When I put this on, I feel like a sensual boy. Can you look up Valentino Dana?
Valentino, what is it?
Valentino Dana? Dana?
How do you spell it?
Danna?
Danna. What is it?
Did you put in Valentino first? Oh, Valentino Donna. Sorry.
Oh,
it's
Donna?
Valentino Donna.
Donna. Donna born in Roma?
Maybe. Why don't you read about it? What does it say?
It says, Valentino Donna, born in Roma, Valentino. Woody, vanilla, fruity, soft, spicy, powdery, white floral, musky, green, citrus.
How does that mean smell green? What's the meow?
The longevity. The longevity is moderate and the ciliage is moderate.
It's a very moderate perfume you got there, car guru. I want to make the first deodorant out of testosterone. Why? Because you like the smell of testosterone?
Hey, Lou.
I'm pretty sure I've never smelled testosterone before. Carl says, "What's up? How's that gyat doing?" My gyat's doing well. I'm currently using it to sit on the chair here. But I'll probably get up shortly, go outside for a health tube. Maybe go to the garage this time for a health tube. By green, they mean it smells like Monster Energy. It's green, so it's nature. Brad Stover indicates, all I'm saying is you put some Versace Eros on before going to the bar, and you were definitely getting some pain. Excellent. Carl, are you going to stick out your gat for the Rizzler? And Carl offers a chef's kiss. I'm not sure what a chef's kiss is. Oh, like with this way. Mwah. Like that kind of kiss.
That's
right.
A chef's kiss.
Gotcha. Now I know. I won't make that mistake again. Why not just smoke here? Because I don't smoke cigarettes in the house because that makes the house gross. Boba Fett. You're just going to have to accept that. I don't like the house to be gross, so I don't smoke cigarettes in the house. It makes everything smell like cigarettes. I'm no problem smoking weed in the house because obviously it doesn't do that. It doesn't have that long-lasting smell. Can I do the thug shake again? Well, Yes, I am. I'm getting a beverage first. I will do the thug shake again for you. But you got to remember that you only really properly do this dance to the thug shake song, which goes like this. Oh, you gotta give a shake. Yes, it's like thug shake. Yes, you gotta give a shake. Shake, 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 shake. Oh, you gotta give a shake. Yes, a thug shake. Yes, thug, shake, shake, shake. Like that. Okay? That's
You
how you
sounded
do
like
that.
a 20s or 30s like showgirl.
I,
Like, you know,
I
you know what
am.
I mean by showgirl, like
No, I get it.
theater girl.
I've got a lot of high kick, kind of arm in arm, wear a top hat and tails, but with like a one piece bathing suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of that in me. It's because my Aries is ascending into my Capricorn and my secondary moons. That's why. It explains it all. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to split the difference between outside and garage by opening the garage door. Now, sure, you might say, Eric, won't you then just get more of those space flies that you're trying to prevent by going to the garage? Maybe I will. But then again, maybe the big flies will respect the barrier that is the garage. Hey, listen, let's go listen to the stream over here. What do you say? You can really hear the stream today. I don't know if you can see it from here or not, but you can certainly hear it. And where is the stream? It's down there at the bottom of that. Thanks, Carl. We're getting out of the garage with this one. Heart and like. I guess I can only do that on the phone, not on the computer. So down there's a little stream. You can really hear it going right now. I have not heard it pumping like this since last year, you know.
Since last year.
Yeah. So we finally got a piece of the pie. Meow don't burn in the meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Oh, you can kind of see the water down there, actually. I wonder if I can zoom in on it enough to show you. It's right where this is. Yeah, you can see it a little bit. Like between those two trees. Oh, wait, no. You can't really see it at all. I can see it a little bit.
I can. Definitely hear it though.
I had a spot where I could see it a little. Oh, yeah, there it is. If you can't see it on the camera, but there is a spot if you stand here and look directly through here somewhere. You can see it. Through here, you can see the water a little bit. Oh, you can definitely see it right there. If you stand here, you can see it for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How pretty.
All right, so I found a spot where we can see it. I'll show it to you now.
Is it too steep to go down there?
I mean, if you want to go down to the little river, you're best off going down over here or over there, not right here. Can you hold this for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. All right, I'm going to get it so you can see the little river too. It's not a river so much as it is a stream. There, you can see it. There,
Yeah, you can see it looks so pretty.
you can see it a little bit.
I want the only reason why I was asking because I would like to do like magic stuff and to have the stream water would be so cool.
Well, I can certainly help you get down there.
That'd be great.
The easiest way to get down to the stream is not to get down to this part up here, but down to that part down there more. We
Okay.
go down our hill over there. It's a lot gentler of a slope.
Do we have any of those mason jars still?
Yeah.
Cool.
We've got a lot of them.
I'll use those.
Sure, you want to make a jar full of stream water or something?
Yeah.
Cool.
To do like magic stuff and maybe like put my crystals in the water.
Cool. Is there some sort of magic that says fresh stream water purifies stuff?
No, it's kind of my own take. They say like ocean water, so why not stream water?
I mean, you're not going to get much purer water really than what's coming out of here. It's not coming from necessarily super far away, and it's just straight up snowmelt. You could probably drink this stuff, no problem. I'm not recommending you do, but it probably is safe to drink.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, I am serious. I want to have like water from our area to like do like craft work with. Like not craft as in like crafts that like knitting and stuff, but like maybe little like manifestation stuff. Like I know I like make fun of it and I don't like a lot of like gurus or people who say they're gurus about that stuff, but like I don't know, I just like nature. And I want to
Sure,
use...
you want to go down to the little stream too, and it's like the stream water is inherently more magical than just water you get from up here because you have to go down to the stream to get it.
Yeah.
And it's lived a life. It's lived a life of flowing down the mountain here.
Yeah.
Into our stream.
Yeah, so I really would like to gather some stream water.
We can go down there. No problem. Take a little walk at some point, Maybe wait for the snow to melt.
Yeah.
Snow's going to melt pretty quick. It's not going to take a long time for the snow to melt because it's warm right now. It's like 50 degrees.
Okay, I'll keep it on my mind and I'll remind you.
The next couple of days,
yeah.
What are we looking at? You're looking at the stream water, okay? There it is. You can finally get it so that you can actually see the stream from up here. Now, sure, it's not in very good resolution. It's kind of blurry. But where is it? Did I not have it?
I think that's a...
I had it.
Yeah, you did have it.
Where's this thing? I think it must be. Yeah, it's right there. It's just... Yeah, you can see it moving. See?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can.
It's just not super clear, I guess.
You could have like leaf races or stick races. You put your sticks in the stream and then see which one goes down first.
It's like that song by that one band. All we are is sticks in a stream.
Aww.
All right, stream sticks. I'm done with my health tube. Stream water is great for working with stuff like that, I think she would say. I personally prefer moving water over still. Beyond that, I'm not too particular. Yeah, it's a nice sound, huh? And it's a seasonal stream, but I get the sense that it's a reasonably wet year. So that was nice. That was a nice trip to look at the stream. And Grim Qua says, Meagity, meagity, meow. I can't read that at all. That just looks like a bunch of squiggly lines to me. It looks like when Japanese anime shows make fake English letters. Sometimes they'll want a letter to be written in cursive in English, and they'll make it look like that. You have all you need to make shine there. I mean, moonshine. Well, I don't drink, so I'm not going to make any moonshine. But, if I did drink, I'd probably try to brew my own beer or something like that. But I don't. Okay. Yeah, I always wanted to build a house out there, as I shall do it, man. Live with nature. Living with nature is like living in the forest or in the mountains is something I always wanted as well. But what's interesting is I find that now that I'm here, I really don't make a great deal of effort to enjoy the out of doors. We go out in the little wilderness car sometimes, and there are lots of things I appreciate about just when I do go outside. I often think to myself, I can't believe I live here. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. But I certainly prefer it to the city, but mostly for what it doesn't have rather than what it does. It doesn't have traffic. It doesn't have sirens. It doesn't have helicopter noises. It doesn't have planes flying over all the time. It doesn't have construction noise. It's like that's what I like best about it. I like the fact that it's dark at night when I go outside instead of just street lights everywhere, etc.
Lou, are you surprised about the daffodils being almost ready?
Grimcut, nobody can understand that. I can't anyway. Oh, I guess Son of Earth can understand it. He wrote back to you apparently. So I stand corrected. Somebody can understand that. It's just that somebody isn't me. So, in a little while, I think what we'll do is go up to the mailbox, check the mail, see what's in the mail. Could I explain the difference between SE polar and SE fourth? Sure. SE polar is linked also to SI third. So SE polar is the most powerful link to procrastination, which is best understood not as delaying and doing a thing, but rather as a perversely overweighted amount of times you remind yourself of something before you actually do it. SE polar will remind themselves of something, keep awareness of an idea that they're going to do something for a long, long time before they actually do it. It may be the case that fourth slot SE doesn't get around to something right away, but they're not constantly reminding themselves that they have to do it. If anything, they'll put an alarm or a reminder or something. Rachel, frequently, I hear alarms going off as she reminding herself to change the laundry or whatever. I find Rachel's SE is fine. Is that like the Chinaman? I don't know what that means exactly. Is that like the China man? I'm not sure what that means. China is China, you know, kind of crazy place, but it's what it is.
What is my SE like?
Well, it's not bad at all. Like, one difference between SE fourth and SE polar. If I'm like, okay, Rachel, let's go to this thing, she'll just be like, okay, I just got to put my shoes on, and then we're out the door. SE polar will be like, whoa, 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 there. All of a sudden, let's do something, man. You need to chill out and wait because I'm not ready to leave yet. And, you know, if Rachel suggests we should go to the store or something, which she doesn't all that often, but if she does, it's because she's ready to go to the store right then, not because she wants to float the idea of going to the store and then some point later on maybe we'll go. SE1, wait until the deadline is passed. It's so fast and furious that it reverses the time space continuum to beat the deadline. It's impressive, Legends Fall. Impressive. So, SE Polar is, I think, the most crippling of all the polars because you've got endless ideas. You countervalue resolving into a singularity for any of them. And thus, it's difficult for you to concretize any ideas. In other words, take action on things. It's also the case that anytime you say you're going to do something, that tends to make it less likely to happen, whether your SE is 7th or 8th.
I remember in Hawaii seeing Delilah's SE play out. Like, she would ask if we can go into town to go to the store, and she was like on top of that shit. She'd be like, "We go now."
Right, yeah. Does SE5 and SE8 have any similarities? Not really. SE8 is very unconscious, autopilot, doesn't like to be held to what it said it was going to do. Fifth slot SE is very reliable. It's about reliable because SI DOMs, right? They're very reliable. They don't forget things. And what they appreciate about SE is the way in which it attains impacts without having to persist across time necessarily so much. So it's on a spectrum. Well, sort of. I mean, it is the case that your relationship with a function is going to be defined by either your first or second slot function. And that relationship does not is not so much defined in terms of its place on a spectrum because there's not a single metric that you can evaluate it on. So it's not like it goes from stronger to weaker, right? It expresses according to the specifics of the slot, which convey relationships with absolute absolute or instrumental values, and whether it's sort of externalized or internalized. It also displays a sort of likelihood to use that function when circumstances are most appropriate for it versus an inability to call it forth even no matter how appropriate something is, tendencies to mistake it for something else, a lot of things like that, right? So it's not correct to say that expressions of functions exist on a spectrum, because to exist on a spectrum, you have to only be measuring one attribute. And the differentiations according to slots are kind of package deals, right? That's not a bad way to put it, Jeremiah, because that's a thing that's not wrong. Jeremiah says SI1 means SE5, so my interpretation is that an SE front stack would be appreciated for their proficiency in acting when it is best to do so. I think most importantly, sure, that, but also in attaining impacts with their actions beyond just the maintenance of things, the continuity of what's already attained by persistent habits, you know. Is getting frustrated being stuck indoors SE? That's what I do. Get moody if I'm not active. Yeah, probably. I mean, everybody will get cabin fever sometime. But see, I don't really get frustrated being stuck indoors as long as I'm doing this, as long as I have internet and I can I can stretch my legs ideationally, verbally, whatever, then I'm pretty comfortable wherever, inside, outside. Um so yeah, we need to go get the mail, and I don't have a whole heck of a lot planned for today. I may live stream a little while longer. I may wrap it up relatively soon, and could try to take a nap. Could go over to the new house and try to figure out how to turn on the water. Got to find the water main, you know. Not sure where it is, but I'm sure it couldn't be that difficult to find. So SE7 is more likely to SE spontaneously, but they will be less likely to act on plans. I mean, I don't know if that's the case that they're more likely to SE spontaneously. It is the case that they have other values besides SI third. SI third is is part of why they're SE polar. S and any second is another way of explaining it. They get stuck in ideas rather than concretization. When they do concretize, it may be because their dominant or fifth slot function values are being threatened too much, or it could be um, that. So, in other words, there could be pressure from a number of things, or it could just be like I experienced it kind of spontaneously. They're not sure why why they started doing something now and not at another time. So, who shut off the water main? Well, when we were in escrow on this house, they did a septic tank inspection, and it needs some repairs. It still works, but it's got some root intrusions. They left the hole in the yard open so they don't have to do another digging fee when we get it fixed. But we haven't called them to get it fixed quite yet because it's going to cost $5,000, and I'm waiting for some money to move around. So, I mean, we got that cost of $5,000 off of the price of the house, so we're not paying for it really. In other words, uh, we had it in the contract that if the septic inspection that he would have to pay up to $5,000 of repairs on septic if it needed repairs. They did the dig, they turned off the water when inspecting the septic, and didn't turn it back on. So I called them this morning, asked if it's fine to turn it back on, if it's going to cause any problems. They said, no, yeah, go ahead and turn it back on. Just be aware that you may, it's working now, but it does have root intrusions, etc. We don't have a water meter though, JS. This is a tricky thing because we have this great water situation here in our little community. Most of Mariposa County is on well water, except for the town. But our little neighborhood is actually on water tower water, and we pay $600 a year for unlimited water. So there's no water meter. So we have no water meter, but there's obviously a water main somewhere because the water was turned off. And when we were before the people came on, it was running. So I don't know. I called and they said, yeah, you can turn it back on. And I got to go turn it back on. Because we have some guests coming this Friday. We're going to stay there. And they obviously need water. We should be fine to have a little bit of septic usage until we get it fixed. We might even get it fixed this week, in which case it's a moot point. It just depends on when funds get released. It takes some time to cash out an IRA. How is the BBC life? It's going great, Azura. It's just nonstop BBC all day long in all of my holes. If my wife wants a task to be completed, I have to do it in the moment or not at all. I tend to drag my feet. My wife and I are cool with each other. We don't have a lot of expectations that go like, hey, you need to do meow. We don't really do a lot of that to each other. We each have our respective chores, and sometimes we're more on top of them than others, and we don't bug each other about it. I just figure she'll get to her shit when she gets to it, or if it really bugs me that meow is probably enough, I can just do it myself, And she seems to feel the same way in that she won't take the trash out for me, but she'll pull the trash out bag out of the trash can, tie it up, and leave it by the trash can, and put a new trash bag in. Then I'll take the trash out, I was supposed to take the trash out. I mean, we never talked about it, right? We just fell into these respective roles. I take the trash out, I do the vacuuming, I do a majority of the cooking, or at least cooking when we're actually cooking. A lot of times we just microwave stuff. A sort of thing. She does meow, meow, meow. So, I think, yeah, she does the laundry. She's doing laundry right now, in fact. And she does the dishes. You are a busy guy. Yeah, I'm busy with BBC, obviously. When you really commit to the BBC life, you wake up first thing in the morning, you reach over for a BBC on either side of your face, right there. And the rest of the day continues in that fashion. I have barely a moment to rest. Okay. Hi, Maricela Vallejo. I am glad to see you back. It's a wonderful time to have you here. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do 2 quick chores that are going to make me feel as though my life is really spent purposefully. British Broadcasting Company, actually. JS, British Broadcasting Company. I like to have BBC One and BBC Two right here next to my face, on the radio. Got tuned to international radio stations. Today is your happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Maricela Vallejo. You're a connoisseur of it, huh, Azura? That's how you can tell. As a connoisseur, you can spot a fellow BBC aficionado a mile away. I am built for BBC, am I? Yeah. Well, I'm tall, so I'm not sure if my sphincter is particularly gaping.
I don't know. No, I would say it's probably pretty
It's not gaping at all, really.
Yeah.
I can crack a walnut with my butthole. How am I today? I'm doing well. I'm about to do two small tasks that need to be done. One, scoop the cat litter box, which I noticed when I went into the garage needed a good scooping. And then I need to go get the mail from the mailbox. Azura asks, Eric, am I your favorite subscriber? The answer, Azura, is no. I don't even know who is a subscriber and who is not a subscriber. I don't keep track of things like that. Nor do I have a list of favorite subscribers. Nor have I ever, like, thought about the question really before. One question I am thinking about is my shoes. I don't want to go get the mail in these flip-flops because it's so wet and horrible up there. Here comes Cat Shit Claus, here comes Cat Shit Claus. Right down Cat Shit Claus Lane. You'll find a lot of cat shit in the cat litter, my friend. Here's some urine, here's some more shit, I'll scoop it all out. Cat shit is my life these days, I guess that's what I'm about. Here comes Cat Shit Claus, here comes Cat Shit Claus, right down Cat Shit Claus Lane. Alright, mission accomplished. I have scooped what I needed to scoop. And that makes me a winner in the game of life. That makes me the guy who figured out one impossibly normal trick to always succeed. And that trick, of course, for those who haven't heard it yet, is simply to define whatever it is you're doing as success. Again, I don't recommend people use this trick, but it is one impossibly normal trick to always succeed. Right now I'm succeeding because I'm putting on my boots. And putting on my boots is just one short task away from getting the mail. Oh sure, when I return here to the garage, I'm just going to have to take off my boots again. That's true. But it's just not any good way to get the mail right now in my tatami slippers. What's all that? Sounds like a garbage truck. We already had the garbage truck. So now we will go get the mail. Let's go. Since I'm wearing my boots, I don't have to worry very much about stepping in snow, etc. Of course, I still have this horrible spot where all the water gathers. So I have to do a little bit of acrobatic leaping. This is where my ballerina skills come in to play. I'll show you. Watch. Acrobatic leaping, see? I don't really have to leap over it. I can just step over it. But now I have an armful of mail. And that makes me feel like a responsible person. I see we have apparently a bill from the Mutual Water Company, which suggests that maybe they somehow know that we bought that new house. So that's kind of cool. Let's see what else we got here. More papers from the Mass Mutual people. First, it looks like one of them is like, we need more paperwork from you. But one of them looks different, so maybe it's a check. That'd be nice. I have my desk though. Eric Strauss got something from Amazon. Alright, well, we'll deal with this mail in a second. First, let's close the garage door and get my flip-flops on again. What time is it anyway? If that is a check, we do have time to go to Oakhurst probably and deposit it. Which we should probably do today to get it out of the way. So I'm gonna go ahead and take off the old bootaroos. And there we go. And we're gonna put the old feederoos in the old tatami slipperoos. Put the boots back over here in the back of the wilderness car. It's a good place to take on and off the boots because they're always dirty. I might as well get the dirt from on the garage rather than the house, you know. Alright, now let's go inside. We've gotten the mail. We've scooped the cat litter box. We're winning in the game of life. We've attained multiple success criteria. Hopefully we've gained a lot of experience points. Maybe we picked up a good couple of drop items from the various monsters that we slayed along the way. And we are now going to look at some mail and see what it says. I'm going to turn this on and open this window here. I'm going to get my glasses on. First, we'll open this Mass Mutual mail. See what it says. It looks like it says, you need to send more papers in. I sent this shit in. Okay, well, let's hope this other mail says, yes, you did, Eric. It tells me this again. This is a final request, it says. I have sent all of those things. What in the hell? So I can secure document upload. it says, it's going to be transferred to the unclaimed property division if I don't file a claim. I have sent them every fucking thing they asked for. These fucking people. Well, I'm going to have to call them tomorrow. Too late to call them now because they're East Coast time. And I said, well, I can't call them now. I have to call them tomorrow because it's East Coast time. No Uber Eats. We have no Uber Eats. I mean, I don't know. The last time I mailed it, we put it in the mailbox here at Boot Jack. I don't know if somehow it didn't.
Well, maybe they're just getting it because, like, that check that we had from JS West just got deposited, like, on Friday.
All right, well, I'll call them tomorrow. I called them already, but I called them before. It's like the idea that somehow I'm not processing a claim is ridiculous. But I will send it to them electronically. They have an electronic thing as well. What is this? A $60 bill due August 31st for monthly water improved lot 19. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's our house or it's the new house. I'm going to have to call these fucking people tomorrow and make sure they do not do that. This is a book that Jeffrey's mom mailed me. That Jeffrey has to read. Mrs. Dalloway. Which I, of course, am not going to read.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
For fuck's sake!
So it's not been a great day for mail, huh?
Well, this whole mutual thing, mutual whatever it's called, mass mutual thing, has been a big pain in the ass, I have mailed them stuff one time, I mailed them other things another time. They claim they've gotten none of the things I've mailed them the second time. It's incredibly frustrating, And I don't know. I need to call Delilah, see how the other stuff is progressing. I want to get this fucking shit ready to rent. I don't want to be sitting here in the fucking holding pattern. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. And it's like, I could wait, I could get money from there, I could get money from here, but neither of them are in any hurry to free up funds. It's not fast, I guess, to cash out an IRA, I don't know. Fucking frustrating. Hey there, I wanted to ask if you thought about how trauma affects each of the types. Like, for instance, how would something like RAP 3 affect an IHP and an HP? I don't know what RAP 3 is at all. No, I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about how trauma impacts the specific types. Oh, that. I got you. I see what you're doing there. No, I haven't thought about it. It's a little too dark for me to spend my time thinking about. All right, now I'm thinking about how frustrated I am with this Mass Mutual shit. Of course, they may have gotten it since they mailed this, right? Possible. I don't know until tomorrow. I can't find out until tomorrow because uh, because they're closed now. How fucking frustrating. I already sent them all that shit. Well, Eric, you're just going to have to deal with it until tomorrow. What happened to COVID? Do you think the government would pay 80%? Do you think people would pay 80% taxes the government for to try the internet? I mean, I think the people will pay as much taxes as they're forced to pay if the consequences are bad enough. Your question is, would losing the internet be enough of a consequence to me? Probably. I mean, it's such a crazy notion because it would reduce net tax revenue so much to get rid of the internet. What is this? This looks like just junk mail. Terry, I would ask, what happened to COVID? Well, the same thing that happens to every kind of new disease. People's immune systems adopt to it. And, adapt to it, you know? So, like I said from the very beginning, the best thing to do is let it run its course. People are going to catch it, and then their immune systems will adjust, and, a tiny fraction of people will die, and so it goes. That's life, But people didn't listen to me, so whatever. Do I think that I'm voting for Joe Biden? No, I don't think I'm voting at all. Because I dislike both of my choices. So, there's no good way to vote in this election. I'm not going to vote. Anyway, now I'm in a bad mood because of that Mass Mutual thing. And I'm going to be stressed about it until I deal with it, Super annoying. Obviously, tomorrow I will just send them the documents electronically. Forget about this whole snail mail shit. It's obviously somehow not getting there or whatever. So I will send it to them electronically. I mean, Padawan, Rangebender, there's no clear, bright line between social media and other kind of internet stuff. Like, is writing a review on your Amazon experience social media? Is putting any information on the internet at all social media? Except for commercial stuff, like stuff you're trying to sell? It's, is YouTube social media, or is it just the minor leagues of regular media production? If you eliminated the interactivity from it, would that make it not social media? It's not really clear. There are some things that we all agree upon as comprising social media. Things like Facebook, perhaps. Oh, Boba Fett, will you stop with your they? I'm tired of they. Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter ban. Well, I wouldn't miss any of those things. I can't understand what Grimka's saying. Or you're asking Grimka why Grimka doesn't answer. Well, I don't even know what Grimka's been asked. Anyways, like I said, now I'm annoyed, frustrated. Okay. How annoying. I'm going to have to call them first thing in the morning. Like 6 a.m. my time, they should be open. So, well, here, Lamb, I don't think that that's a good indication of anything. The Reddit threads that are going to be most active are going to be the sexiest types, according to type descriptions, because all your subjective types, a lot of them are going to identify as something other than what they are. So, until recently, Jeremiah Fix thought he was an INTP. There aren't very many INTPs, ENTPs, INTJs, INFJs who are going to mistake themselves for an ISTJ. So it makes sense that the sexiest types are going to have the most action on the threads, but also that those threads are going to be worthless because they're going to be full of people who aren't that type, self-identifying as that type, and expressing notions about that type accordingly. So, Cone Man is likely to be very active on the INFJ subreddit. In the same fashion that he was very active around here, saying what he knows about INFJs. He's going to be a lot more active in expressing that than an actual INFJ will. In general, what you're going to see is, except for probably INFJ, you're going to see an underrepresentation of F types because certain kinds of F types prefer to be considered T types or think of themselves as such. Generally people don't self-identify as illogical or irrational, regardless of whether they are. Oh, yeah. I'm super annoyed now. I think what I might do here is just end this stream and hit up Rachel for half a Klonopin and then just continue my rewatching of Banished from the Heroes Party. I settled for a Quiet Life in the Countryside, which I started rewatching earlier. So anyway, thank you all for being here, and I'm gonna pout for a while, and I'm gonna watch some cartoons. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna watch some cartoons. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna take half a Klonopin. I'm gonna go to bed early tonight. I don't have a shit ton of energy, I'm running at the end of a bottle here, and so anyway, thanks a lot for being here. Love you all. See you later.